still going by then. We should be.
Alrighty.
And I'm gonna go eat something, and I'll be back.
All right. See ya.
Gotta go watch Isle of Dogs.
And I'm gonna go eat something, and I'll be back.
See you guys.
See ya.
Okay, stream. Let me know how the audio levels are. Although, let's see. All right, let me get some game audio going. Make sure that sounds good. Okay, I'm guessing game is a little quiet. Let me boost game up a little bit. Okay, stream, let me know how my audio is relative to the game audio. And Quicklime, if you want to say some stuff. Let's see how your audio is.
Some stuff. Ha ha ha. Isn't that a funny joke?
Alrighty, stream, what do we think? So far we've got a sounds good. Yes, there are going to be more casts going on. We're going to be grabbing some people real quick. If not, we'll probably just be jumping into a random set.
I don't hear that hum that they're talking about.
Walla a tad
Though
loud.
admittedly, my headphones are not great.
I'll turn down the wall just a little bit, but let me know if the hum is there. I do have it push to talk, so it'd only be there when I have the channel open, but possibly there's a bit of a hum.
I'm sure my hum is louder. I am literally right next to my tower. I am not stream friendly.
I actually think you sound pretty good.
That is a first.
Okay, well, it looks like everything is going pretty well so far. I'm just gonna say, beforehand stream, like once an hour at least, my internet service will go slow. It usually does not stop, but you will see some drop frames. If it lasts more than like 30 seconds, say so in chat, and then we will do a quick restart. It seems to fix it for a little bit, where we just turn off the stream, turn on the stream. That fixes everything.
Alright, so do we have an idea of who we're casting here, or?
Alright, let's go and see who we have available. So, let me sort by spy wins. So, the top games that are being played currently are Geosmin versus Biotech. Those are both pretty low. Geosmin has 1,000 games, but Biotech I think is a pretty new player. Kadab versus some Steam name, so that is probably pretty new. Yeah, so let's if we need to jump into a couple of beginner games, that's actually all good too. They're pretty entertaining, and they're actually also good to learn from. There'll be a lot of little things that we could probably catch, and maybe even some new strategies that we haven't thought of yet, and we can talk about them. So we'll wait for just a second and see if anyone jumps in. But other than that, I think we'll just jump into to whatever the highest level game is and go with it.
Okay. Whoops.
Oh, it sounds like we're gonna get Falcon Hit Yeesh or something, or Jakat. It sounds like we're getting something in a few minutes. In that time, I'm going to add some text to the stream. Let us figure out who is casting and whatnot. Where is my text?
Hello, silence, my old friend. Perfect. Maybe just chat it up with the chat here for a second. Volganer gun, yeah, some people are just significantly better at spying than they are at sniping, and vice versa.
Yeah, we tend to not have too many specialists anymore. We had a specialist for a while called Saint or Sight. He was kind of an aberration though. We don't usually get a specialist too often. All right, so it sounds like we have a game just about ready to go, and I'm gonna add in some text real quick.
While we wait, who are you, and who is your co-caster?
I am Slappy Davis. I don't know really what else to say. I'm a longtime player. Since 2012. We've been doing this for what? SCL has been around for. We're starting our 4th season, but it's been around for what? 3 years? I want to say, I forget what season of SCL. And we've been doing casts since before replays were a thing. We would have to record our games, give the video to other people, and then have them cast over it, or basically stream their stream and cast over it. It was horrible. But now we have this awesome spectation system and replays and all sorts of good stuff, and we'll be providing that in. And my co-host today is Quicklime for at least the first hour, I believe. I think you might be swapping out after that, but Quicklime, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I'll be casting with you for the next hour, and I believe Ponoob will be coming in shortly after that. As I mentioned in the last stream, not too many places to find me, just, a cave off the grid. But playing for a little over a year now.
There might...
And I think JCat and Falcon Hit are ready to begin.
Okay, so there was some mic stuff going on there. Was that just coming through the stream, or?
Was that on my end?
It possibly was. I don't think it sounded like a setting thing. So I'm guessing. I'm hoping.
No, that was on the Discord, mate. Or maybe not.
Was that on my end?
Could you hear it, Quicklime?
It possibly was. I don't think it sounded like a setting thing.
I can,
so
I
I'm
can
guessing.
hear us just a few seconds ago.
I can hear the stream through your stream, I think. There we go. Okay.
Oh wait, is mine? No, my stream's muted.
There we go.
Oh, my connectivity.
No, that was new.
That was new.
Okay. Okay. All right. We everything's good. No panics. All right. Let me add in some text, and then we'll be good to go. So casters, Slappy Davis and Quicklime. And the 2 players, correct me if I'm wrong, are Jakat and Yeesh. Is that what we're going for?
Jakat and Falcon Hit.
Jakat and Falcon Hit. Awesome. Let me get the scoreboard set up in just a second, and we'll be going in probably about 30 seconds.
Okay. I shall wait for your countdown. In the meantime, I will give Ponu my condolences. It appears that he's been fired, according to chat. Just enjoy the silence, Kaylee. Oh shoot, we're camming this?
No, I was just quickly turning that on and off because I was trying to find the scoreboard, and I found it. All right, so
There it is.
think the scoreboard's in just about the right spot, but let me adjust it over here just a little bit, and then we will be stepping in, I think. All right, I think we're good to go. All right, I'm hopping into the game. I will pause as soon as I get in, and then we will sync up and play at the same time. All right, let me know when you're in the game, and I'll count us down.
In the game, I will await your countdown.
Okay, we are stepping into a game of Ballroom, any 4 of 8, with Jakat as spy, correct?
Yep. Any 4?
All right, sounds good. We'll be starting in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we go right over to the corner, which looks like a time ad spot to me. We get a white time ad, no highlights coming off or anything yet. So it looks like we got away with it scot-free. All right, 43% done, which means that we have at least 2 flirts left, but we could do something as far away as, we could do a 17% flirt plus a green flirt if we wanted to. We were probably hoping for something a little bit better than that. And it looks like we're eyeing what Ambassador's doing off of the statues, so we might be going for a fingerprint. Probably not going to be rushing for it, but he's just keeping that in mind.
Also, another difficult fingerprint possibility with the seduction target putting the briefcase down, though in the middle of a talk animation, so it doesn't look like he'll be going for that.
And that's about to get ruined by a couple people anyway. Looks like Alice was going for, although actually Wheels looks like he's just going for the CC. He's really eyeing down what's going on with the briefcase and what's going on behind him, so it might be a move to the fingerprint sooner rather than later. But we are kind of just idling right now. We've burned a bit of time, but we have time to kill because we started the game with a time ad. Looks like we're going middle statue flirt, which I'm not sure if we're not going to really have time to pick up seduce. We're going to just be going for inspects all the way here. Because if we try to seduce in this pad, oh, we got it off, but we don't get the last inspect, which may or may not be good because we'll be going to another statue. We adjust in pad and go back again, which is sometimes an AI move and sometimes a little bit of something that spies do much more than AI. I'm a little skeptical, personally, of readjusting to a different spot and then doing it again. But for the players that are new in the stream, that is something the AI can do. It is not 100% shot at by any means. The AI will pick basically random spots anywhere in the map, and sometimes that spot is just right next to where they currently are.
Yeah, it's pretty rare, but it happens, so perfectly okay to do that. Also perfectly okay to pick up that, finish the flirt at the window, and then head over to another window, maybe to add more time, or just try and look less suspicious.
So we've done 2 missions that both take a while, but also we are one of very few highlights. It looks like 3 on the map, and there's been a few. I guess there's only been a couple of lowlights. So we're not in the worst position. The strength of our highlight might be a bit deceiving because of we adjusted back into the same spot in statues after we were already highlight.
We got highlight before it, and I did see Falcon staring down Wheels earlier in the game, and now with Wheels near the Ambassador. Well, now with JCat near the Ambassador. They're both probably very heavily on his radar.
Banana bread.
I try to switch into sick innocent drink cam, but it's not set up yet. So if I want to do that, I'll probably actually I should never try to do sick cams while I'm also commentating because it's too much work in between. So I'll ignore the sick cams, even though that was a sick innocent drink take. We've done contact. We have 1 more mission to do. We probably don't have enough time for fingerprints. This looks like a gulp into swap. Oh, sorry, that was his last. Oh, interesting. Okay, so that was a last sip, so it wasn't a gulp. So I would have guessed that was what the shot was for. But it looks like I'm a little bit curious of why the shot happened then instead of why the shot happened Why didn't the shot happen when he actually went for the swap, if he was pretty sure about getting the swap? But it could be that sometimes what spies will do is they'll try to seduce at statues with a drink. They start the seduction, then start to drink so that it covers up the fact that there's a delay before the statue pickup, so that you can actually do the thing where you seduce before picking up statue without looking too suspicious. And that might have been the reason why Falcon Cat shot instead of waiting for confirmation.
Yeah, just really advanced play.
All right, I'm jumping to the next game. I'll pause once I get in there. That's actually what I'll do each time. I tried to do the auto start one, but that just created a little bit too many problems. So I'll be pausing at the start of each game.
Okay, that's fine. I'm jumping straight into the next game each time, so I'll have it queued up and just be waiting for your countdown.
Perfect. All right. Well, I am starting in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we are looking around probably for, maybe we'll take a purloin right now. Pretty zoomed in right there, though, so we just do normal reject.
Yeah, no, it would have been far too obvious. Instead, we'll just take our time and maybe get a quick BB in there, or not. Maybe just head over to our seduction target instead. Quickly
And it's not
grab a 34%.
And we get lucky there. Seduction target bails right after we finish flirting with them. If we had started a second later, it wouldn't have happened. And it's an interesting idea where you actually start with a Toby, like a call over, or if it just Toby happens to get to you early. You start with Toby and then see if the sniper's looking, and if they are, just take a normal drink or do a normal reject. And if they're not looking, maybe you can try to do like a nice early purloin, which are deadly on this map. But no harm, no foul for the attempt, as Falcon Hit's not highlight for anything, but also doesn't have that much done yet.
No, not yet, though we are going to pick up our second seduction. Another white, 68%. Falcon just keeping it simple, keeping it on intermediate mode for right now.
We do a
Goes
wrong
for the
arm
wrong arm
bug.
bug.
It looks like there's no suspicion for it.
Doesn't get highlight for it anyway.
So we've done, okay, so we're going to finish Seduce pretty soon here. Looks like we're going to do it right now. We're going to finish Seduce. We have Bug. So Inspect's not a bad one. If we're just going to go center statues and then into Banana Bread. It looks like, are we grabbing the same statue? Ooh, unfortunately, Irish is taking the statue that we wanted to inspect. So we're going to pick up a highlight, and then we really, really, really want... Oh, nope, she's not going to put it down in time, so we just bail instead. Now, this is really interesting. We do exactly what happened in the previous game. Now, that's a really odd decision. I'm really curious if he recognized, if he remembered in the previous game that this was done. Oh, and we do a swap. All right, are we dodging around? Are we dodging around? I think we're gonna dodge around. Oh, 2 seconds. 1 second.
Dance, Falcon, dance!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, 0.1!
All right, I'm staying in this post game just to see how crazy close this was. Yeah, that is insane. So.
Okay, wait, it was closer than I gave it credit for. Or I think there was a full second, not 0.1 second, as I said. But
well, on screen, because we get to see the shot go off until like 0.1 second is right there. But let's see. In the log, we have the took shot at 110, and the sniper shot spy didn't occur until 104. So the took shot happened with about 2 seconds left, and then the sync happened in between then, and then the actual shot in the log didn't occur until 104. So for people newer to the game, there is not 100% synchronization between sniper and spy games. So there will be times where the sniper will attempt a shot in the last few seconds, and then there will be a message that says sniper shot too late for sync, which means that they shot within the lag buffer. Basically, they shot, but by the time the bullet reached the spy, so to speak, the spy had already won. It's worse if there's a large amount of distance between the players. I'm not sure where the players are. I think Jakat is EU, but I think Falcon Hit is EU as well, if I'm not mistaken. So their lag shouldn't be terrible. But anyways, we'll be stepping into the next game. That was really close.
Yeah, it was a lot of good dancing there at the end. Normally they only dance for a quick second and then they're picked off anyway, but had a lot of people blocking him in that conversation circle. So bought him a little extra time, just not enough.
Okay, we're getting in. Falcon has Canadian. He's not American. Canadian might as well be European to me. All right. Not that. Right. No politicals. Okay, so we are stepping into Courtyard. We're stepping into Courtyard. Jakata's Spy. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go. So, have we cast any Courtyard yet today in the earlier casts, or Ballroom or anything?
We did. I believe Courtyard was the first map of my first hour, so about an hour ago.
Perfect. Okay, so we get a green purloin. It's gonna end up getting taken next to us by the double agent. This could be kind of
Banana
bad. So we're but double agent rejects and we get a banana bread. Everybody bails. This is gonna be wonderful. So here's a huge question of whether or not we take the drink. We do. All right. I want to pause this so bad, but I'm not going to. All right, chat. I don't know if any of the. Sorry, I accidentally paused there for just a second. But all right, chat. I don't know how many of you will know what's going to happen right now. But what is going to happen is that the green test purloin is still going to go off. It's just going to happen to the next person. However, Jakat just cleared the purloin from the sniper's point of view. So sniper's going to be very confused when general takes it. If sniper knows what Jakat did, they can shoot Jakat with 100% certainty if they were able to tell the difference between the white and the green purloin. However, it's going to really look like, if we weren't able to tell this green test, that general just did a white purloin. It's a really risky move, but if sniper's tracking, okay, and so that's what happens.
Enough.
Okay, I want to rewind and talk about this a little bit more because it's a little bit confusing for newer players possibly. So for those of you that don't know, what happens with a green test purloin is that the spy rejects Toby, meaning they don't take a drink, and that the next person that takes a drink will take the list, with one exception. If somehow the spy is able to get Toby to offer them a drink, when they take a drink, nothing's going to happen, and the green test chain is still intact. So what you can do as spy is, if for some reason like somebody else rejects and you have the opportunity to get another drink offered to you, you can take a drink, and the sniper, if they're paying close attention, not super close attention, they can say to themselves, okay, purloin's clear. So that after purloin is clear, so to speak, what it means is there's no reject chain going on as far as they can tell. So the next person, if they take the drink and it disappears, to them, that's almost certainly a white test. Now, that said, if they're looking closely enough at the animation, the green test animation still plays. So if the sniper is hyper aware of what's going on, they see that a green test went off, they know for a fact it's whoever took the drink before them, because they know the only way that a green test purloin can happen after no reject is if the spy took a normal drink. And man, that is a mouthful. I'm sorry that there's so much going on there, but it's a really small detail, but it's important to know.
It is a super advanced play, in virtually impossible for all but the very top tier players to pick up on. And it was, so long as Falcon notices the purloin within a few seconds, it's virtually impossible for JCat to lose there.
Okay, and also you are totally correct, chat. Totally forgot scoreboard. Can someone tell me what score is? It's gonna be hard for me to remember scoreboard when I'm casting and hosting, but I think that was game 3, correct? So what are we at? So I can't even remember.
I think Ballroom was both successful shots.
Ballroom was both successful shots. That sounds right to me. And then in that game, that was a win by Jakat. So I'm thinking it's Jakat 2-1 Falcon hit. Or sorry, Jakat 2 Falcon
Sounds
hit
right
1. If that is incorrect, chat, please correct me. I see that I think 2-1 Jakat, which is what we came up with as well. That sounds right to me. Let me just see if I can pop out chat into its own window so that I'm doing a better job of looking at this. Perfect. But yes, it is confusing. I like taking the time to try to explain what the hell's going on. But yeah, it's a confusing thing. If you have more questions about exactly what just happened, chat, please ask out in the chat, and there will be a pro that'll swing by and help you out. Other than that, we're gonna jump to the next game.
Alrighty.
Okay, we are starting with Falcon Hit on Spy on Courtyard 2, any 4 of 7 as Teal Dress. There is controversy over what Teal Dress's official nickname is, so I'm gonna stay nonpartisan and just call her Teal Dress. Starting in 3,
Mom,
2, 1, go.
I'm going with the non-offensive route. Anyway.
Okay, so we step out to the windows. Looks like we could do a time ad, but I don't think we're going to. We're kind of looking at maybe doing some bug, but Ambassador doesn't walk past us, and we decide not to.
Instead, we'll saddle up to our seduction target, try and get at least 34%, maybe even 50.
And we do hit the green, so we're at 51%. So we have a possible 2 flirt on our hands. It looks like we're pointing our sights on Nade Double Agent right after this. I don't think we're gonna stay here the full 45 seconds, but it's totally possible we could. We have burnt a little bit of time already, so it's possible that we're gonna hang out here until seduction target leaves.
Meanwhile, JCat very, very interested in sorry looking at statues there. I think maybe was still trying to identify what the statues were.
That's possible. Sometimes if something else catches your eye early in the game and you want to figure out what the statues are, but the AI is hiding the statue from you, you get very frustrated. It looks like we might be able to pick up that second. Yeah, if we want it, we have the second flirt going on right now. We do not hit the green, so we're at 85%, so we have to do one more. We're probably bailing pretty soon here and finding something else to do. Maybe inspect. That sure looks like it. So we're probably going to pick up a highlight for this. It'll be a very standard highlight. No big deal. Oh, well, maybe not even. Nope, there we go. Pretty standard highlights. We're not one of the top suspects. We're just one of many highlights that have gone to statues.
Yep, a lot of different reasons you highlight for the new players. One of the most common. He was. Oh boy, the wrong shot goes off. What was Green Dress doing there?
Yeah, let's see. All right, let's rewind a bit and see if maybe she took a bug path. I'm gonna switch over to Spy or Spectation Sniper only.
To finish up what I was saying, a lot of different reasons to highlight. Some people do it just to track what missions have been done.
It looks like hallucinated a bug. It was a very buggy path for sure. That bug would have been a Ron Arm bug where bug would have been in a Turing statue, and it looks like it looks like Jakat credited credited Irish with the bug, and so looks like Falcon Hit evens it up.
Yep, very strongly believed that was a bug. A little over a minute left in the game. Decided they didn't want to take a chance that maybe he was already done with missions. So moving on to library now.
Yes, we'll be going to library, and I don't know if this happened earlier, Cass, but if I accidentally say Panop or Panopticon, I'm talking about this map. It's a whole force of habit. I'm sorry. It's a hard habit to break.
I might even put that in there to one of those.
All right. Okay, we're going to be starting in 3, 2, 1, go. So we are DeVito, and sometimes what's been very popular to happen on stream is people will do the cheeky microfilm behind pillar as DeVito or sometimes Alice or one of the twins. Let's see. We are getting white purloin. Right now it's not seen.
Wow.
I think we're going to get away with this clean.
Looks like it. No highlight yet.
But you are completely correct. It's a very brave purloin. Unfortunately, Toby's coming back to a conversation where did we get rid of the drink already? We did get rid of the drink. So every once in a while for the new players, every once in a while you kind of just want to, if you get away with a purloin, you kind of just want to get away from Toby. Because if, let's say that Falcon Hit whipped around and saw you with the drink, even if it's not where you purloined, and he sees the list is gone, they might just credit you with a possible purloin suspicion just because you were near the scene of the crime.
and that's an easy highlight and easily top to the. I'm sorry, I forgot how to speak there for a second.
No, I got what you mean. So you're exactly right. It's a strong highlight. You'd be right at the top
Banana
of the
bread.
suspicion list. We fake a banana bread. We're being offered a drink. We do take a drink. Just an innocent drink take, I think. Yeah, no fingerprint on that. We do not go for the bug. It was very tempting, but it might have gotten us killed. I think we like this conversation circle because we're hoping at least, that Ambassador takes a drink. But Ambassador's having none of it. It looks like Ambassador's going real far away.
Does leave the briefcase behind though, so perhaps an easy fingerprint. Sure enough.
Yeah, very well called. So we have the one fingerprint. So we do have Purloin done, and we got completely away with it. We have a nice fingerprint done. Now the problem is we only have 2 minutes left, and we're a little bit off of pace. If we can get a bunch of flirts going, that would be great.
I was about to suggest a bug, but Laser focuses right in on him during the handoff, so that's out of the question.
I think you're right that he was definitely considering it. We're hopping into green bookcase. I really think we're gonna need to do something with this book. I don't think we have time to muck around with the book, but we'll see. I think he's gonna pull this from the shelf though.
Might be the best option here, especially now the Laser's moving on him. So again, might have been thinking about taking the microfilm out. Oh wow, the very quick. Oh, he didn't even seduce. I thought he seduced and split.
He did seduce. He got 34%, so he
Oh,
got
okay.
seduction in. No, like as you saw that was the exact kind of position you want to do that in. So what he's doing right here, to all the people who are viewing, he's using microfilm to space out his flirts. He got the book, took it away, flirted with the microfilm, and then went and put the book back. Now, by the time he goes back in this conversation to flirt again, he's not going to flirt. I'm pretty surprised. I think he's got to if he wants to do it. He's just going to add time. That's not a bad decision. It's right before. Ooh, that might be greedy.
Double time that.
That might have been greedy. I think the first one was basically good. Oh, now we're rushing. I liked a lot of the play leading up to that. I think we got greedy. We had just added time. And so Ambassador is at center statue. So let's say instead of adding the second time, we go and finish our flirt, or we just go pick up the fingerprint plus 3 in specs. Actually, that's pretty strong. We could have finished without flirt. That was a 3 in spec flirt at that statue once Ambassador left. Instead, we get a little bit greedy, but I mean, bugs don't always get caught, so he could have gotten away with it.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was. I think he might have been suspicious of the time ad, just trying to figure out who did it. Realized that Smallman was at the window and just followed him until he saw him do something suspicious. And bug will get you shot every time if it's seen.
That is true. All right. So, I need to update scoreboard. That was Falcon hits win. So it is Falcon hit 2, Jacot. Sorry, Falcon hit 3, Jacot 2. And starting in 3,
Yes.
2, 1, go. All right, we're starting with the book. I'm guessing we're going to rip this out of the shelf and go somewhere else with it. Unless he thinks that it got marked. I guess he does. I kind of like the position of trying to get that out of the bookcase, but better safe than sorry. It might not be good to try to like force your way. Ooh, we get a low light. Oh, no, we get a highlight.
Switch to a highlight.
Interesting. This is really aggressive. I feel like he thought something happened.
Perhaps thinking that the he was near Ambassador for a lot of that time of chaos, and then maybe suspects that he might have snagged the microfilm.
No, I think that there's something even more going on here. I think Jacot could be doing some behavioral lights where he's low lighting everybody that couldn't have done anything, kind of like KCM's old method kind of stuff, because he's being very fluid with his highlights and lowlights. Now, I don't know what the highlights or lowlights mean, though, but he could actually... One way in which you can use highlights and lowlights, if you commit hard to idiosyncratic strategy, is you can actually use the lowlights as a counting system. So you can use neutral light as 0, low light as 1, highlight as 2, for example, if you want to count the number of things, where you're not actually using lowlights as an indicator of suspicion, but rather using lowlights as a counting mechanism. Now, I don't know that's what he's doing, but he's doing something quite odd with his lighting right now. If chat has any idea, enlighten us, because I'm totally mystified.
Ludos, you're absolutely right. Falcon Hit might want to consider doing submissions at some point.
Banana bread.
He's actually got nothing done, 2 minutes left, but we do get a banana bread right there and immediately takes off to statues.
Yeah, we're at statues where...
And the swap?
Wait. Okay. That could be huge. Okay, what do we got going on? So, I have mixed feelings.
Trying to swap with using the BB as cover. I mean, I know you purloin using BB as cover, but swap is a very bold move. Hasn't gotten shot for it yet, so...
So the ways in which I like it are, so he noticed that he got to statues and laser wasn't over there. So if you can, when the laser comes back over, you can put the statue down and maybe get a low light, because it makes it look like you were there for a much longer amount of time. And so he's thinking maybe if he puts it down, gets a low light, the sniper doesn't care that a low light is putting down a statue and won't look. But I have no actual idea if Jakat even knows a swap went off.
I mean, he's got to be suspicious at this point, but he hasn't gotten many lowlights if he does, so he might not know the swap went off. Or if he does, he just figures he missed it by a mile.
We purloin right in front, and unfortunately we leave at kind of a conspicuous time. I'm pretty sure we're going to die. We should have...
Yep.
I think we could have played a little bit cooler. Now, let me switch over to spectation sniper camera. Because on split screen, it didn't look like it was on screen as much as it was right when the purloin happened. So the purloin was in full view, but the fact that we left right away was almost pure confirmation that it was indeed us that took the list. When we're in view, doing something like leaving really quickly just draws attention to the mission area we're at. It's possible that Jakat wasn't even looking at us, and we could have just played it cool for a second and walked away, rather than doing something conspicuous that it's like, wait, why did that person just leave? Oh shit, the list's gone. Okay, now I want to shoot.
I think you're right. I think that's exactly what happened. I don't know what else he might have been looking at in that shot where the purloin comes off, but leaving immediately afterwards definitely put the laser over him. Didn't do himself any favors there.
Alrighty, stepping into pub. I am digging how quickly we are switching through maps. Jakat and Falcon Hit want to show off a lot of maps to us, which is great. So we're starting into pub. It looks like crowded pub to my eyes. So any 4 of 7, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
Crowded pub, a personal favorite of mine.
And we get a pretty much invisible bug. We might pick up a highlight just because of the opportunity to bug, but
I didn't even catch it.
Yeah, no, it was Time of Chaos. It was pure, like there was no arm tell. It's just like sometimes you got to credit people with that, but it doesn't look like Falcon Hit is crediting him with it. But it was quite nice. We gotta leave here before. Technically, we have stayed in this conversation circle too long, and we cut idle animation, unless I'm mistaken. Don't think Falcon Hit is an animation camper, so I don't think it's gonna matter. But just in case, chat, you gotta be aware of some of those etiquette rules. And that etiquette rule that was broken right there, unless I'm mistaken, is AI will only spend 1 idle cycle in a bare conversation.
That is actually new to me, so you're teaching me something at least.
Oh yes, well, it gets drilled into you, particularly, is Falcon Hit an animation camper? Yaren is laughing at me, so maybe Falcon Hit is a horrible, terrible animation camper. But it gets drilled into me because I've played against Bloom and Bacon quite a bit, and they are punishing it, especially Bloom on the idle conversations.
So we're cruising right along here. We haven't done much in the last minute, though we are, I assume, going to try and get a quick seduce in. Up to 70% now at the bar.
That's pretty nice. Let's see. Right now, one of our paths to victory is seduce, contact, and inspect, which is, right now we don't have a highlight. I think we'd
try a
live.
purloin.
That's true. We could try to purloin, and then we would cut it down to contact flirt. So it looks like we want to finish up flirt first.
And then perhaps even send our ST over to grab the grab the guest list for us. Although I think he's closer to the other twin in this.
All right, so we finish up flirt. Let's see, where is real DA? DA is in a conversation, and there's a lot of people in conversation. This would be a pretty good time to banana bread. Now, here's the big question. Do we banana bread before the delegate goes off, or do we just play it cool? There's kind of a mixed bag of trying to do it.
I'm personally not a fan. I mean, you use the delegate for a reason, and I think this... I think a good sniper is going to be able to get way too many lowlights off of that. So.
Well, it looks like we get shot for just going into inspect. I don't know if we get to responding to a question in chat. I don't know if we get to see action tests as they go on in sniper in spy view, regardless. And even if we are into sniper view, we will still see stuff like the seduction target as sniper. It's different than normal play, because I totally know what you mean. In normal play, obviously, the sniper doesn't get to see either the green arrow above the spy's head, of course, or the red arrow above seduction targets. Wheels does take a bullet. It looks like he was suspected for the purloin. And then also on pub, going to statue in the last 30 seconds of a match is pretty deadly. It looks very spy-like, especially if you think a lot has gone on.
Right. I mean, going to statue in 30 seconds on any map is pretty dangerous as spy, but on pub especially, and especially when a purloin just goes off, obviously a lot's happened, and the sniper's going to feel like they need to take a shot, and you're the most obvious.
And we're also seeing that in chat that it might have been for a slow gulp, which is totally possible if Falcon Hit was paying enough attention.
I was considering that, but I wasn't sure.
So we have Falcon Hit 3, 4. This has been a pretty close set, and well played. It's interesting because Falcon Hit, I forget how long Falcon Hit has been around for, but I think he's been around since SCL. He's at least SCL 3, if not SCL 2. I remember he came in around. The first time I remember playing against him was in Wildcards, which I think was right after SCL 2. And Jakat has been around for a really long time, but also takes really long breaks. So he's always been kind of a mix of old and new, in that he's never been very consistent at playing for long amounts of time, but then he seems to jump in and play a lot. So his meta is often pretty up to date, because he'll just play a lot all at once and then get very out of date and then re-up to date himself as soon as he jumps back in.
Question out of chat. What is a slow gulp?
It sounds like, so there's two different ideas I have for what that means, but it's not gulping quickly in the pad, or the fact that it was, if Jakat was paying attention, that there was a gulp for a long time. But it sounds like the going theory is that it's just AI tend to take their drink really quickly. Like they once they get there, they do it. They don't wait around for a while, do nothing. It's one of the reasons why you can't automatically get away with the what we talked about earlier today, where if you have a drink and you go and visit your seduction target at statues, you can sometimes get away with trying to seduce first, and then as you're doing the seduction bar, take a sip, and then pick up statues. But technically that is a tell. All right. So going into the next one. Oh yeah, just to clarify, gulp when we say gulp here, we mean actually drinking, not actually sipping. We're just saying gulp as in like finishing a drink. Okay, starting the next game in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, teleport. Okay.
Oh,
But we
boy.
don't. Wait.
Wow.
All right. We're good. Everything's okay. Nothing bad happened. Every once in a while, teleports happen, especially when there's a lot of party goers. Just so the new players know, teleportation is unfortunately I believe a 100% tell that it's spy. AI will never do teleportation. What you can do to avoid teleportation is if there is a huge clump of people in a very narrow space, that is when you are the most likely to teleport, I believe. And if the sniper sees that your character teleports, it is, unfortunately, a 100% tell. So the best thing you can do as spy is just avoid those situations.
Yeah, as tempting as it can be, especially on pub with that doorway being kind of a choke point. As tempting as it can be to use that as cover for a very quick bug during that moment of chaos, it can be very dangerous if you inadvertently teleport through that.
Very correct. We do not get the delegate off because the timer is too late. So we burned a lot of time for nothing so far. Hopefully we get a seduction. Oh no! Seduction target leaves, and we're even more far behind. We really want this bug, and
Get the bug. Nope.
unfortunately, does not connect. Also, I think we picked a little bit of suspicion. Falcon Hit might be going for an inspect swap here, to be honest.
This is
There's not
the
that
pad.
much time. It does miss the pad. It doesn't seem like it's caught. Now, do we swap here? He's holding it for a little bit of time. No swap. So we still got to do 3 missions in a minute and a half. A time ad might not be the worst. We might seduce into time ad right here, or we might just be comfortable enough with it.
There's the seduce, 34%.
Just a normal watch check. Oh, we do another little teleport, unfortunately. I don't see that it was caught. A lot of teleports going on right now. Usually there's not this many. I haven't actually had to explain teleport yet.
Tucked very tightly into that conversation circle. Not so much that I think it'll be seen, but...
Yeah, it's only going to be really bad if somebody stands right next to her and shows how close she is into it. Sometimes it's hard to tell because the sniper doesn't actually see the conversation circles on the ground until someone gets in there and shows off how close it is. So, as actually was mentioned before, the camera we have here as Sniper is a little bit deceiving because Sniper's not going to have all the same visual information that we do. For example, the conversation circles are not there. The arrows in the middle of the conversation circles are not there. The seduction target arrow is not there. The spy arrow is not there. It does not exactly look like this. Alright, I'm thinking we're grabbing a drink, doing a delegate, and then what? Adding time? I don't think we can possibly get 2 things done beyond that as well. I think we have to add time. Oh no, right now we're going for a shot.
At this point, we're just purloining and hoping that he can frame somebody. But doesn't look like a shot is going to come off in these final seconds.
Unfortunately,
Goes for that last second time ad, but
yeah. And okay, so just for chat to know, time ad, it takes a little bit of time to actually complete. He tries to do the time ad animation in the last second. The actual time does not get added onto the clock until the arm goes back down. So it is not when you look at your watch, it is when your arm returns back down to the resting position. If your arm does not complete that transition back down to the resting position, you do not get credit for the time ad. The same is true for if you leave before that arm goes all the way back down, you do not get credit. So if you're going to do a last second time ad, you've got to do it with more than a second left, otherwise you're not going to finish it in time. And it's a bummer too, because it would have been in green time ad, which would have caused a lot of confusion. Now, the first thing that they should have thought about is green swap and green time ad, because the purloin's gone, so there's not going to be as much dividing the attention of Sniper at that moment, but we might have gotten away with it. And obviously, if we don't do it, we just lose. Unfortunately, there's a seduction target there. We might have been trying to instantly do the time ad, and seduction target took over priority when we went in there, but instead we seduce first. It does take, we get up to 85%, but we don't have enough time to add time.
An unfortunate set of circumstances.
Okay, so that was Jacot taking a victory. So we are back up to 4-4, I believe, unless chat wants to correct me. And we are in Modern.
All right, a little bit of modern action.
Yes, I really like looking at this map. I'm really excited for this map. There might be ways in which it is broken, but I'm really excited to just like dive into this map. All right, so we're gonna start in 3, 2, 1, go.
I mean, I've been liking looking at this map since most of it was closed off back when it was just the original modern double modern.
It's true. Back when it was behind those tempting velvet ropes, and we're just looking at it, just longingly from the other side. For those of you who don't know, there was a map that used to take place only on the patio of this map, and it was a single conversation circle. It was similar to Balcony, but it was where we showed off the new art when it was just 5, I believe, 5 characters. It was a pretty boring map, to be honest. It was not much to do on the map. Toby wasn't there, or no, Toby eventually was added, I think. But at first Toby wasn't. But Toby added eventually, and it was just kind of a boring map. Then, okay, so I love this move.
Wow.
So what we just did there is we started the delegation, but we left before taking a drink. Sometimes AI will leave drinks like that. They'll just kind of bail on it. Now, if Falconhead was paying close enough attention, he would have seen that the animation started to go for taking the drink, and he would have saw that he broke it, which is something the AI won't do, and he could have been shot for it immediately. But what he's going to do here is he's going to delegate to someone, and he's not going to have a drink, and so it's going to be not suspicious. But we got to delegate soon. Or did we already delegate? No, we didn't delegate yet.
No, we haven't delegated yet. We're about to. Yep.
There we go.
There goes the admiral, or the general, rather.
I really hope that goes in time because I love this sort of play.
Nobody at the bar other than somebody being served there. Sick, it looks like.
It looks like we're going to add time. We're going... Well, I mean, I say that, but... Oh, no!
Oh, the timer expired.
Yeah.
But we do get a time ad there. A green time ad.
Yeah.
So that...
I'm so bummed about that, and I think that was an unforced error. I think he waited way too long, and I don't think he needed to wait as long as he did. I love the initial move. It's a risky move because, again, if the sniper's looking closely enough, they can see the little animation break. But I love that move. I think it's underutilized, but he waits a little bit too long for it to actually be useful.
So now with that fresh time ad, we're going to head over to statues and try and get some missions done, because right now all we have is 43% on the seduce. So, oh, that's a fingerprintable statue too. He does get it.
All right, so we have partial progress on 3 missions. I do like the fact that we added time after the delegate didn't take, because we're really going to need that time. So I'm thinking... for our 5 missions, we contact, inspect, seduce, fingerprint, and then we still have 1 more to do. Transfer might be a great option. Bug would be a great option. We are highlight, so transfer of the missions that are the most difficult with a highlight, especially when this few of highlights, right, and it's only 2 on the map. Microfilm is one of the hardest missions to do with a highlight, either by trying to dump it in the wrong shelf, because you're going to be more conspicuous, people remember where you are, and because if you do a white action test microfilm, it is horribly obvious when you're highlight. We go for the bug and we don't get it.
Now we're going for a statue. Have to stop and redirect. Good movement.
Good movement.
Oh,
I do think that in that scenario, the AI would automatically redirect, not pause. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I think that's what the shot was for. He was trying. Now what he did was intentional. He saw that a spot was being taken by double agent, and he paused once the AI went there. But I think that in that scenario, you don't pause. You automatically switch directions. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Jacot might have gotten shot there for something that AI would actually do, though. I'm really curious to see if if I get some help there. But anyways, Falcon Hit takes the game. Correct. So unfortunately, Jakat does intentionally do something that he thinks the AI would do, and they would either immediately redirect. So for chat,
I thought the AI would do it. So
yeah, it looks AI-like. So the times in which AI kind of pause are more around conversation circles. When they have their pausing ones, but I think in that scenario, now the thing is, I don't have a good reason for it. It's just intuitive. I feel like that's one of the cases in which a redirect, but I have not read up on that one. But I'm pretty sure that's an automatic redirect. Or if the AI still thinks there's space, they would jam themselves up in front of that statue. Anyways, we're hopping into the next modern game.
yes, sir. Modern again. Falcon Hit on the spy side as Rocker.
Starting in 3, 2, 1, go. It's interesting, Rocker has really stuck as a name. There's not many other names for Rocker, but we could go with like Leopard Print or a lot of other ones. Usually characters have 2 or 3 names, like Rocker's in a conversation with Samuel L. Jackson or Salmon Danger / Taft / Teddy Roosevelt. And then there's pretty much Plain Twin. We usually only hear Plain Twin. I don't hear anything besides some variation on Twin. And then also not much variation on Alice, although Alice is a weird one because Alice, you have to hear from the community. You will never come up with it on your own.
Right, yeah. I mean, I used the nickname Speedy on her for a while before I heard Alice.
Oh, Speedy's a good one. I have heard Speedy. Okay, so yeah, Alice even does have a couple ones. Speedy's a good one because Speedy doesn't require that you know that it's modeled after an actual person named Alice. We pick up Contact and we go into Shelves. Also, I just want to say, Rocker, underrated spy just in general. Decent animations, decent speed, and people just kind of don't like being in her leopard print. People think she's like the new art Revolta, and what I mean by that is Revolta on old art had a white jacket and was really obvious. He had like a natural highlight on him. But I actually don't think it was that bad. So people would often intentionally not choose to be Revolta, but I kind of liked being him every once in a while because he was functionally the same. He did have a white jacket, but I don't think it was that bad. So I think Rocker's actually kind of good.
So Falcon Hit picking up a Seduce after getting highlight for going to Bookcase. I don't see any other strong reason why he was highlight there.
Yeah, I am curious about that. It looks like we're going to go into blue bookcase for the nope, we are returning it correctly. We are crediting Jakat with seeing.
Yep.
Are we going to try to go for an actual test, though? Doesn't appear to be.
Nope. Instantly puts the book back and tries to figure out something else to do here with 1:43 left. Looks like we're gonna saddle up to the bar and try and get a purloin here. Or a delegate anyway, more than likely. Yep, sure enough, delegating.
We pick up the delegate. We might go in here for a flirt / delegate, clear out the 2 people next to us. If we want to do a red flirt and then a delegate, that's an underrated move. We are going to do a normal flirt, and we do a stop talk, which makes me think that we're going to do a delegate pretty soon, and we delegate to our seduction target. See, now here's what's interesting is we could do some shenanigans with red tests on our seduction target, but we were going to choose not to. So here's the problem. It was a low light that took the drink. Yeah, we're going to die. So unfortunately for Rocker, our seduction target was low lit, and it looks like Jakat noticed who the person that delegated that person over was, and it was confirmed to be Rocker.
So another good sniper shot there, bringing. Who is that? So Jakat wins. So we come back to a tie here, 5-5.
We are still tied. I can't remember. Have these all been sniper wins, or did we trade spy wins on a map? I think we traded spy wins on Courtyard or something, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so. Yes.
Which is interesting because Courtyard is usually a little bit more sniper friendly, but generally speaking, the sniper games have been a little bit stronger than the spy game so far. But neither one has been slouching, but the snipers have just been on point. And
it is a sniper night.
Yep, and we are stepping into Terrace, aka New. Well, I guess not New Art, Double Modern, because Double Modern was New Art, but this is the new version of Double Modern.
New art.
Yeah, the new art of Double Modern, starting in 3, 2, 1, go. The thing you'll always hear about this map, the first thing we'll say is it's very pretty, because a lot of pros don't actually like playing it that much. They'll just try to say like, man, sure is nice to look at though.
Well, that's why nobody likes to play it. They get so distracted by the beauty of it.
Banana bread.
It's true. Oh, okay, we have an interesting fake right here. So only one low light, which is not that bad on this map, but the way that we do the fake is only one other person was in conversation with us. I think we were really hoping for a low light because usually Spy really wouldn't want to be one of the ones that are kind of like being one of the odd ones out. So most of the people were in conversation with Double Agent. I think we're going to be trying to go for a wrong shot here because we just plausibly made, I want to say like 2/3 of the party into people that have completed Double Agent.
Yeah, so we're probably going to try and figure out who the most likely culprit is from the sniper's point of view. I was going to suggest Wheels because he did grab the briefcase there, but he actually got low lit for it, I think.
Yeah, okay, so if we are going for a shot, we can't unfortunately frame our seduction target, which is one of the easy ways to do it, is kind of drive him in and out. A purloin would be really nice. A green test would be fantastic right now. We really want to, we have a green purloin. Okay.
Green test ahoy!
Okay, so here's the big question. If I'm Spy, I'm really hoping that Queen doesn't take here because we want it to be a different time.
But
So
she does.
Queen does take, and Queen earlier this game was in a conversation with Double Agent. I think Jakat has got to go for the shot on Queen. I don't know how much else Jakat can do to make sure that she does it. Jakat should leave right now. Jakat should leave this conversation and drives Queen to move around a little bit. Yes, great. Now, but instead we go for the shot on Orange Sari, who might have taken a bug path. Let me see what that bug path was like. Orange Sari does actually have a pretty decent bug and is really slow. So it looks like Falcon hit credits Orange Sari with the wrong arm bug path and an earlier green test, which I don't know. I don't think that was possible. Yeah, it doesn't look like that would have been possible, but I think Jakat just wasn't paying, that Falcon hit wasn't paying as close attention to Purloin as he could have been. And Jakat, I think from the beginning, was hoping for a wrong shot. I don't think he was playing to actually finish missions that game, and it works out for him.
Yeah, sometimes the best thing you can do is play to the sniper. It's, depending on how the game starts, sometimes you just got to try and fool the sniper rather than hide away from him.
And that is a very good point. And I want to just bring up something that I brought up a little bit earlier today. This is especially true for the newer players. I think the older players know this, but I don't know if they know the extent to which this is true. There are, generally speaking, only about a third, a little bit more than a third of your spy wins, not even your spy games, will be mission wins. The majority of your spy wins will actually be wrong shots. Don't forget that. Oh, I just got kicked out. Is server down?
As did I. Checker, what are you doing to us? Oh dear.
Unfortunate. So the bummer of that is we were actually a couple of games behind where they were at. So unfortunately, we're just not gonna see the other games that they played after Double Modern. So we're just gonna be jumping into whatever they decide to play. Where are they at?
That was Checker's way of telling us that the time is up, actually. We're 2 minutes before the hour. Now 1.
Oh, are we? Okay, that's a fantastic point. I guess we will. That is going to be our cue to switch over. I believe. Who's coming in? Is that Noob coming in?
Noob will be coming in to join you, and I will be taking my leave for now. I was scheduled to play in about an hour, but I think that got canceled, so I'll just be hanging around and chat. Maybe you'll see me play, maybe not.
Sounds good. I think that we are also coming up. I think at 7 p.m. is KCM Kaylee, if I'm not mistaken, which would be huge. And that is at least what's on the schedule. Hopefully that's happening because I would be amazing. But we will see.
Yeah, if you are new to SpyParty and you really want to learn some good SpyParty and see some top level play, KCM and Kaylee, it doesn't get a whole lot better than that. You're gonna learn a lot and you're gonna see a lot of pro strats.
Indeed. And going off of that, the SCL finals of season 3 that we had. Oh, it's been quite a bit since now. But the finals, SCL 3 finals versus KCM and Kaylee, are probably to date the best set of SpyParty that's been played, which is really fortunate because you don't always get great finals in games. Sometimes the finals are actually just weak and one side stomps the other one. It was close. It was not just close, but it was high level. There were some strats I've never seen before. There was fantastic execution, and although Kaylee has won pretty handily in some of the finals before, this was a finals that was definitely one to remember. That, man, it was great. I believe this stream of that may have been saved on the very channel you are watching now, and I would highly recommend checking it out.
I'm 99% it was, and if somebody in chat can actually link to that, definitely worth a watch. It is entertaining definition of type. Highly recommend watching that.
Okay, apparently it's all
only
on
on
YouTube.
YouTube. Sorry.
So it should have been saved on here, but it wasn't. But YouTube link would be great if chat can find it. But regardless, we're going to be stepping into Crazy Kaylee versus KCM in just a moment. We'll be swapping out Quicklime for Ponoob, I believe. So Quicklime, do you have anything you want to plug, mention? I know that you've already been asked for plugs and whatnot, but here's your chance.
No, unfortunately, there's much for me to plug. I'm, as mentioned in the last stream, I'm pretty much just located in a cave far away from civilization. But you'll see me popping into SpyParty from time to time during the streams and just playing some games here. I'll be taking part in the Challenger Challenger Division rather of SpyParty Competitive League. So if you're new to the game and you sign up for that, I might just be facing you on there.
Sounds good. Alrighty. Well, let me switch out the names on the scoreboard, and it will be just a second as we transition over to Crazy Kaylee KCM. Ponoob, are you in here?
I am.
All right, introduce yourself and maintain the chat for a while I get stuff set up.
And do. Ponoob here. Hey guys. Is a lot of robot noises. Because Mr. Destructoid is vote of choice today. Your thing is SCL3. We're actually moving on to SCL4, guys. It's the 4th season. Who are going? But I only just got on Steam last week. Guys, we're going to be watching. I've played going on almost 20,000 games. I agree with Crazy Kaylee. It's the spinning that really makes the look right in the middle. One of them's upside down. No, upside down.
Oh yeah, there's some that are upside down, some spin the other direction. I spent a long time doing this thing, obviously. And I refuse to acknowledge SCL4 until I get, I believe this was Magician's graphics. Until Magician makes graphics for SCL4, I refuse to believe it's happening.
I agree with where both cats here. We need an SCL, but like the pipes one. I think it's time to move on to pipes. It was
All
95 though. Are we ready to go? By the way, Are these guys?
I think they might be waiting on us. Let me see if yeah, my overlay is ready to go. So once they are ready, I think we are good. Oh, let me swap out Quicklime for Ponoob. Is that your given name or?
My real name is just Noob, but because I get pwned by noobs, or now because I have some veterancy, sometimes pwn noobs, it made sense. Your name's Skippy David, right?
That is my actual given name before I came through Ellis Island, and I had to change it to better acclimate to American culture. But Davis fits in Slappy Davis fits in better with kind of traditional European names. But indeed, Skippy David is my original name. All right, so I am curious of what games they're gonna choose. I don't think there's basically any sort of limit on what games they can choose or how long or whatever. I'm curious also because right now it's a stream scenario that also doesn't actually have any sort of right now just is for bragging rights. So there might be more weird strats going on here from especially someone like Kaylee. Oh no, Terrace. All right. Well, I am curious how Terrace is going to go between these two. I'm trying to remember. Think who's the spy on this one? Is it first name spy or second name spy? I should know this by now, but I don't.
Name. It'll be crazy. Kaylee MMMMM on spy.
I think it's second name spy, but I could be wrong. So I think this is KCM's choice. And once we get into the game, I'm just pausing, and we'll just do a count each game, just because the other way is I like being able to rewind.
Fair enough. So what I did with Kledos is I just played all the new art maps because there were 6 maps that came with the last patch right before Steam release. With these guys, given the amount of bragging rights that are on the line, I wouldn't be surprised if they're doing something, taking turns choosing or something along that line.
See, you say that you only played new art maps, but I know that you're lying because I saw you on Old Art Veranda. Or is that someone else?
That was us. We had to get to 13, so I played one Old Art map.
That's what I thought. All right, we are stepping into so Crazy Kaylee's spy. Okay, so now chat. Remember this always and forever, as I will as well. When we see spectation mode, first name is spy, second name is sniper. All right, trying to commit that to memory. And we are going to start in 3, 2, 1. Wait, actually, sorry. I'm gonna stop. Don't go yet. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do the. I got the thing. Where's this thing? Does this thing show up? What is it called? I think it's the match title card. Hell yeah! It's a little bit off center because I offcentered it because I don't like where the scoreboard is naturally. But all right, we're going back to scoreboard. Do I have to clear the thing? All right.
Oh yeah.
Showing scoreboard. All right, had to do that. Okay, now we're gonna start in 3, 2, 1, go. That scoreboard, by the way, was provided by Magician. That's part of. Wait, no, actually, no. I think it's not Magician. I think this is part of RJ Watt's SEL graphics package. So props to him for that. Oh, nice bug.
That bug was really good. Dead, therefore, it's really good. He might just go for 2 green flirts and end the game as soon as he can.
He's gonna
for the walk in and talk. So the reality is these players have very different styles, but they do one thing very similarly, and it's that they count missions. Camper will count the missions and make sure that you do not get a chance to do a hardtail. Try and watch the whole party and have an understanding of how many missions every single person in the party could have finished. And if you miss the bug and Crazy Killer just flirts it out, this game's over.
Yeah, we have a minute and a half. to do the flirt, but I'm just really like I'm almost nervous for him because like what do you do at this point? Do you just try to get it in so that even if he is suspicious of you, he doesn't want to shoot yet, or do you actually just wait until like the last 30 seconds?
I think the timer's gonna expire here fairly shortly, and he'll have a chance to get that last flirt in. If he flirts immediately after the timer, though, is really, I think, the question at this point.
We're joining Windows. We were hoping that they were going to Windows. All right. Well, Crazy Kaylee is specifically siding up next to Double Agent because he wants to flirt from far away. He's trying to make it seem like he doesn't care about seduction target. 100%. We have 8 seconds. We keep our wits about us and make sure that we get the reject in, and that's going to be it. It's not going to be a shot. I'm going back and I'm looking at that bug.
Scene. Meanwhile, my game's trying to already start.
Ah, that's right. I didn't set it up in time. Damn it. All right, no sig bug cam. I forgot that when I restarted this thing, I don't have the gameplay on there. That makes me so sad.
I do love that sig bug cam though. The Mrs. Incredible is my favorite.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw it up. I'm doing it live. Fuck it. All right, adding it in. I'm sorry, chat. I want it. SpyParty game. There we go. It's in there. Yeah, there it is. And go.
You saying go for the next game, by the way?
No, I'm saying go for. I'm watching the replay.
Banana bread.
That was nice. That was a nice bug. Now, if KCM was zoomed out, it wasn't going to be quite as nice. But he zooms in right at this right time, and it was a very smooth bug in that he was not actually that close, and he zooms in right as it happens. So had KCM zoomed out just a little bit, we would have been okay. But as it happens, we do not, and man, we get away with it, and we'll be stepping into the next game. So first of all, I'm just gonna say I'm quite surprised that we got to start this game or this match with a spy win on any 3 of 5 double modern. Essentially, that's fantastic.
Because for anybody who isn't aware, it's pretty hard to get after a certain amount of games played. Like in the first 2,000 games, this map is balanced. It's actually my favorite map for when I grew up playing this game. When I played this game and got my first 2,000 games. Now it's really hard to get that hardtail, and Kaylee found one of the outlets he could do and get that behind the back bug. I'll count it down.
Sure.
3, 2, 1, playing it. So we have KCM playing on Orange Sari character on a map that is particularly small, so it doesn't really matter in the first place.
Get a flirt, 38%. Yeah, pretty decent. It's far away. We're not going to be paired with our seduction target immediately. Not that that Kaylee probably would, but I actually don't know all what Kaylee does on this map when he's in the A3-5, and we get a bug off.
He camps bug, and KCM pulling what Kaylee did to him straight back, behind the back. When bug goes off, guys, for the people who aren't incredibly aware, it's based on how close you are when the bug is at full extend, so you can do these behind the back bugs as long as you time it perfectly and the ambassador cooperates. Not easy asks, and you don't have control over the ambassador, of course.
I'm pretty sure these players know that they're being casted, and they just really, really want me to throw up that sick bug cam. They know it, they want it, and so that's what they're just going for. They're turning up their play style as hard as they can. They're busting out strats they never busted out in SCL3 because they just want to be. They want the sick bug cam.
Banana bread.
Right before we had that last set with JCat and Falcon Hit, and I got nervous to a point. Not that my play deteriorated, but that I stopped doing the things that I really wanted to style. Looking to have fun on the stream, then I got all serious right before it started. That, by the way, he just flirted it out. It's an exact replica of the first game, but with the bug being a bit later in the game. You put up the Sig bug cam, or we just watching
the
the
Sig
replay?
bug cam. I don't know what's it's all big now, but Sig bug's coming up. It's coming in hot. It's yeah. All right. Let's do. I guess split's good for Sig bug cam, because I want to see it from both angles.
Lidos' question: where's the sick innocent drink cam? That wasn't a sick innocent drink. It was an innocent drink take, but not every innocent drink take is sick.
It's true. I basically a sick innocent drink take is when I notice it, and that's the only. That's and also when I'm bored. There's way more sick cams when I'm just hosting and not casting, because then I just get bored, and that's when sick cams get put together. That was though actually pretty sick bugs. Both of these bugs were pretty great. Yeah, there's just nothing.
And if you guys saw the Kaylee Bacon set, it took 12, 14 games for someone to get a sniper win. This is already more spy wins than I remember having that whole set.
Yeah, no, straight up. There was a very because there's only a single spy win in that set, and there would have been a second one if Kaylee was able to pull it out in that very, very sad final game. Still think about that a little bit. Still really sad for Kaylee. It was so close.
We're getting behind on games, so let's move into the next one.
It's Terrace again. We can just skip the next couple. All right, put us down.
Why are they playing Terrace more than once?
I don't know. I'm actually really surprised they're doing Terrace more than once. I thought they were gonna just basically cycle through all the maps. But I mean, it's just like I always said. Like, you know, diamond level play is all about spy play. Spies are just OP in diamond level. It's 100% spy victory so far. So they have to find it to make entertaining somehow.
By the way.
All right. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so Kaylee starts right next to the ambassador, doesn't take the bug, but does take this time ad. It's white, but he's not dead, so.
And we're probably gonna pick up a flirt. We resist the urge to bug there, which probably is good because I think we would have gotten caught for it.
See him well enough to know if he's an honest highlighter. Can we take his word if he's suspicious on something? Will he highlight for it? He's not.
It doesn't look like it, and you're correct that he's one of the players that withholds
Banana bread.
highlights. Get the banana bread. We not only assume, well, he's deciding about whether or not he thinks Seek is suspicious and settles on suspicious. I'm not quite sure what the suspicion was for. I forget if he walked into that conversation last. Sometimes KCM will give extra suspicion to the last people that entered a conversation before BB went off. I don't remember where Seek was during that.
I think it was double talking, like he did the BB and then also flirted.
I see.
But
well, he gets a low, or not a low light, but a return to neutral light.
Yeah, there's low lights going off. The only person who's right there is Queen, who walked into a conversation and talked. He's playing it very similar to, say, like a balcony game, where he's just very much watching the flirts and the BBs, and then hoping to catch the hardtail. Plays to his strengths of being able to have two different ways to catch the spy.
All right, we're up to 51%. So we can finish with a green flirt. We got a minute 19 left, but we still have to do something else. We haven't made progress on fingerprint. It's gonna be tough to do that right at the end.
The Seek. He did do the Seek innocent. If it was sick or not, it doesn't look like KCM's given too much regard to it.
It's true. Well, let's see. Well, he gulps the drink, but I don't think it's going to get caught. I don't think anyone's going to care. We do get the green test. That was pretty important because we have 45 seconds left to do something. The question is whether or not we purloin right now. I don't think he's going to want to.
Oh, he didn't like that reject.
He didn't like the reject. It also could be that he's marking suspicious just to remember that in case there was a, in case there is a purloin, something else happens. Or in case there's a purloin, he remembers who it is. Now there's a lot of rejects going around. Kaylee, if he sees how many rejects going around, it's probably going to go, yeah.
Wow.
I think that was a little greedy because even no matter what path Ambassador was going to take, pretty much the arm was going to be obvious. I would have really loved it if he had waited until Drink was about to get taken. And then because he knows that KCM is going to be staring down that Drink when it gets taken because of all the rejects that happen before it, go for something like a timeout or a bug. Or sorry, timeout or a bug. Because the attention of the sniper is going to get split there for sure.
Let's move on to the next one because they're getting ahead of us already.
All right, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
KCM doing back-to-back games where he played a slow character on this map. I think he's likely wanting the extra opportunity to get just walking bugs. He's also taking the slowest ambassador thing where you can control and have a bit more likelihood of getting a bug when the ambassador is slow and you're slow. And he's also time adding again. This is...
Alright, are we going to go for a bug right there? We do not, but the path is still buggy. We might get a highlight.
Banana
for it.
bread.
He had a drink.
Oh, we had a drink. Okay, that's good. Well, let's see. Well... Drink was on the other side, though. He still could have gotten the bug, right?
Yeah. Kaylee's good enough where you can do a bug path and he'll likely actually know if you bugged or not. He didn't have the best angle on it, but he's not sure what Kaylee would particularly highlight for in this map.
Gotcha. Alright, well, we have contact down 34% on the Seduce. And then, I don't know. We're stuck with the classic problem on NA305. What do you want to do between hardtails or fingerprint? Fingerprint on this map is tough. There's not a lot of fingerprints to go around.
So there's a green purloin going off here. It's gonna
And
be the
red.
person next to him taking it, but he's a low light.
Oh,
And a double
reject.
agent.
So we got a reject to the other side. We are going to have to flirt again. We're up 85%. Purloin's going to drop. It's going to be taken by a low light. But he buys it at it, and here we go. KCM's in the lead.
You cut out there.
KCM's in the lead now. So multiple spy wins on NA305 Terrace. I'm pretty surprised. Now, of course, Kaylee couldn't probably see what type of purloin happened back there. He's pretty good at distinguishing between the two, but or I guess 3 if you include red purloin, but not a lot of us have trouble distinguishing between red purloin and the other ones. But he's pretty good at distinguishing between white and green, so he must have had no angle on it because he shoots as if it were white, and he shoots a low light. So he did not trust his own low light, so I'm a little bit worried for Kaylee, but it's only 3-1. He can definitely come back.
So Kaylee in competitive play has had an obscene sniper win rate. His spy side has been, even if he's having a rough day on spy, his sniper side will often carry him to victory. Gallery, by the way. I think Kaylee and KCM agreed that if they found a spy win, it's a good map.
Yeah. I'm curious what the gallery will look like. Let's go and get it started in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, we're gonna go for a bug. We do, doesn't take, but who cares? It's Kane's side. I mean, it's free.
That bug was fine to take.
Ooh, he does get a highlight though. I don't know if that's a delayed highlight from bug or if that's a highlight from some of the pathing that went on. So actually, we might have gotten punished for it. We might just be getting highlight because KCM knows that Kaylee has super high priority for Papa Danger.
Good for that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
See, all right, so Players, it is not impossible to catch cane bug. It is hard. It's probably the best. It's probably the best bug that there is, no doubt. But it is not impossible. It's really not. Kaylee does get a little bit greedy with this bug. One of the ways you can see the bug right now, I'm going to show it, is you can see the little pinching motion with his hand. It comes right through DeVito on the other side. Also, the arc of the arm. What is really hard to catch with cane bug is if the arm is parallel to the sniper. So don't forget, even if it's a strong bug, it's not invisible. It is not invisible, but it is pretty strong. But it's especially not invisible when you kind of try to force it in there. And Kaylee dies pretty quick.
To the next one, and I'll monologue.
All right, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
But this is, I think, actually the core issue that people have on Gallery. On Gallery has to be played with a bit of initiative. You have to really go out of your way to make plays. And there's two reasons why. One, the map is actually deceptively big. You're going to end up doing a lot of walking if you're not careful, and it just takes up a lot of your time. And the other is, you can't do that bug. You have to be walking side to side. And if you just walk at the sniper or away from the sniper, you're liable to get caught. So you have to kind of like line yourself up, prepared to bug, and you can't just do it on a whim.
Very
Simple
true.
thing, by the way.
Very true, and unlike other maps where there's a lot of times where the angle is going to be contextual to where the sniper's at, front to back is always going to be perpendicular to the sniper, with the arm at least. So it's not like it's going to be dependent on what side of ballroom they're on. Oh, crazy good bounces on Alice and Seek. Oh, come on, Kaylee, you can get those. I knew you can get those. Those were so sick, Kaylee.
So KCM's making a really strong play here. Ambassador's been to both bookcases really early with a green bookcase, and he got the fingerprint there. He immediately goes over to get the other fingerprint. I suspect he'll probably walk away with the book and then come back with it to microfilm. He might also just put it back. I don't think you can do 2 animations back to back though and expect to live.
Yeah, he is going to have to go back to that green bookcase, or sorry, the blue bookcase at some point to transfer the microfilm if he wants to finish it that way. So let's see, 4 missions. If you're in this position, you do microfilm. You have a lot of options where those last 2 missions are. Obviously, Seduce would be great. Double Agent looks pretty good right now if he's able to get into that conversation circle. It looks like he's aiming for it.
This is almost optimal in my mind to do a time ad, simply because you have no Seduce, and I'm not sure what the plan would be to finish. Kaylee gets some bouncing lowlights, which is nice because they were some of his highlights.
We do a time ad, just as you said. Little miniature teleport there, but I don't think Kaylee saw it, which is good because it would be a shame to win a game on a teleport. We do go back to the bookcase.
So he's doing it now.
All right, we bury up. Yeah, we're just gonna die. So I'd rather. Well, I mean, like, he didn't have that much time, but he did have a time ad. That is a tough spot to try to microfilm in. Now, if there are other people standing at the pads in front of that, I think that's a decent spot to try to microfilm in. But nobody was giving him cover. He was really depending on a green test, and even if he got a green test, I think the arm going in would be bad enough. But anyways, let's jump into the next game. I like the fingerprints, as we mentioned before.
I just personally hate when people get up against that wall and do microfilm. Not because it's like particularly more suspicious, but I think it's just where they think it's the best for them. I end up just watching it more. Don't
Exactly.
Do that
It makes you actually look at them, because the way you get away with microfilm isn't trying to hide the arm. It's trying to not be seen at all. It's trying not to even be in their minds.
Hard on Gallery to know when you're being watched, though.
Very true.
I think they're playing 4 ofs, which is nice. It means that we get to talk about the same map a bit more.
Alrighty. All right, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, I think Kaylee wants to showcase Little Man's time on Gallery.
He starts with a pathing mistake, though. But he goes all the way to the back. Right now, he's just, like, right now, the position he's in, we're just staring it down, where it's just, like, I feel like he's going to be watching DeVito quite a bit in this because of, like, that. If I see DeVito's face looking at me from the very back end of the gallery, I'm watching him the rest of the game. I don't like him going right back to this position.
I think he's trying to go like from the same position. Literally had 3 people. The ladies were all covering him, and then going back to try and convince KCM, "Hey, I was there the whole time." KCM lit him, which I think is at least acknowledgement of his existence. I expect similar sort of ideas of high cover on the blue bookcase microfilm.
Looks like we might be setting up for a bug. We are. It is well covered, but I do think that he's going to see it. He's going to see enough of the arm motion.
I didn't see it, and I was watching it.
So Toby was obviously blocking most of it, but if you watch it, you can definitely see like this little swipe that goes out in front of it. And I think KCM was dialed in because it looked like setting up for a bug.
I said when I mentioned when you had to set up stuff on gallery, this is precisely what I'm talking about. Like, this is the sort of bug that you can get away with as long as you go and prepare it. Obviously, for someone like KCM who relies on his instincts, sees that and goes one step further, goes, "Oh, we were setting this up. Now I'm going to."
Right.
With a bullet.
So here's a good way to put it, possibly with KCM versus Kaylee as snipers. Kaylee is excellent at dividing out his attention as efficiently as possible. KCM's better at directing his attention at where it should be at any given point, depending on his idea what the flow of the party is. Sometimes KCM's identified as a behavioralist, and that's sort of true, but it's more like his decision making about where to look is based upon his intuition about what the spy is doing, rather than him taking large intuitive guesses about lots of the party. He splits his focus depending on where he thinks things are going to be, as opposed to Kaylee, who just splits his focus really well.
KCM has one of the best, if not the best, understanding of where the party is interesting.
Right. All right. We're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. Also going to complain once today. This will just be the one time today that I complain about behavioralism as a name. We got a green Purloin, by the way. Behavioralism, total terrible name. I'm sorry, it's garbage. It is a garbage name. It is the exact opposite of what behaviorism is in psychology, which ignores the mental state of whatever the thing is doing. Terrible name, terrible name, terrible name, but whatever it's stuck, we're gonna go with it.
There's a lot of things that, like, when I try and describe a player, good instincts or good game sense, or they have a good understanding of what spies do. Like, we can nuance it a lot more, but then we have to have some name. And I agree with you. I'm a psych major. It makes me a bit sad that we chose behavioralism. Kaylee knows, by the way. There's 2 highlights left. KCM does not have enough soft tells to do. He can flirt, he can BB while Red Dress is in conversation, but the 4th mission is going to be the one that he's going to have a real hard time getting away with.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, what we really depend on is Red Dress being suspicious. I mean, that's pretty much all we got going for us. KCM probably doesn't know as bad of a situation as is he in conversation circle, by the way? Or is the idle animation, is that listen animation that subtle?
Duke is really subtle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, he actually is. There we go. Man.
I think the 2 that I think are the most subtle, at least in my opinion, are Green Dress and Duke. They're just idling. They don't look like they're doing anything.
All right.
So the play that he could have done there, if he knew that it was just down to those 2, was a fake BB. Keep on asking over and over again, when do you fake BB? in a situation where you're in a conversation with your seduction target and one other person, the chance that you're framing yourself is unlikely. And then in this case, it would have been framing his other target. You have to have a very strong game sense to know that you're in trouble. This statue visit is gonna get him killed, isn't it?
Ooh, but it gets taken away from him, which might end up being good. He goes back to the same
Banana
spot in
bread.
conversation. Well, okay, so all right, that's enough for Kaylee. Kaylee's having none of this.
Yeah, I think Kaylee's under the impression, like, if I missed an early bug or something. They're usually very good for their counts, though.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, like, Red Dress was doing nothing. Like, Red Dress wasn't giving us any sort of help as far as the other person that it could have been. So, Kaylee's probably pretty comfortable with that shot.
To answer question, that's a lot of lowlights for Kaylee, no? Well, it's because they're proven lowlights. They're 100%. He had a track of the purloin. And so he's getting rid of anybody who's a 0% chance, which is anybody who didn't interact with Toby. The game, there's only 2 people who didn't interact with Toby, the spy and the person who took the list.
Checker very briefly came in here and thought that Kaylee had grown and that he was no longer a robot boy. But no, we are still at the exact 100%, 100% lowlights. Guaranteed things. Only mechanical play is going on in here. And we will see more of that stepping into library. Note beforehand, if I say the words pan up, I'm talking about this map. I'm sorry, it's pan up to me. But I'll probably make that mistake a lot. I'm guessing Noob might as well.
The back window, I time added it. It's not the same map.
That's true. All right, going into this drastically different map. We are going in 3, 2, 1, go.
In regards to a big difference, and it really helps in pathing for bugs, is the bust pads at the end. If the ambassador is at one of these statues and you do a walk by, it used to be that you would have to do this awkward path to the conversation circle, or you would have to just go to a statue yourself. Now you can walk by the ambassador, and you have a natural place to land, where Kaylee's landing now to get sunshined.
Yeah, we'll see where it does in this one. We're probably going to be chasing down... Oh, okay, so there's one of the times in which you're going to see an AI pause and redirect, rather than the automatic redirect. Just so you see, chat, near conversation circles is one of the most often causes of that kind of like pause and redirect. Though the pause right there was because we had a briefcase in our hands and Ambassador was moving.
Okay, so he's already got the bug. Okay. So KCM is known for delaying things. I think he might have seen the bug.
Banana bread.
Let's see. All right, so how much damage did that do? Oh, it looks like we are giving DeVito credit for a bail. So actually, kind of creates a highlight. And now we have the purloin with 2 rejects. We might want to just get out of here.
Kaylee running away from the list isn't gonna get you much value very often because he just
Banana
knows Ted over and over again, every single person it could be. It's just the only reason you want to run away is to you doing your missions.
All right, we're jumping up to 85%. So Inspect is looking pretty good here. We are highlit, so we'd have to visit twice or go to a center statue. This is not a bad play. I actually didn't think that Kaylee would. Oh. We get reduced for it.
Stop.
You think so?
Oh, KCM knows that you can't do that.
Yeah, but he got neutral lit for it.
During what Kaylee's 5th mission, he has the book as an option. He misses the fingerprint. So it's probably just flirt and put the book back, but I suspect KCM would shoot him for that, right?
Well, it's interesting that he did the low light at all. So, by the way, for players that are jumping in that, I guess I should play, for people that have not played the game that might be watching, the spy cannot see the highlights and lowlights. So, it is not that he's trying to misdirect Kaylee with putting him down. there's actually something going on where something must have. I'm not quite sure why he got reduced from a highlight to a neutral light. Although he's immediately taking another book and ripping it out. I do
Okay.
like the play.
So this is a play going, hey, I think you marked this book. I'm going to now go put this book away and grab another book, so this one will be unmarked.
Oh, hey, that might be it. You might be right about that. That might have been what caused the highlight down to low light was, or sorry, neutral light was the marking of the book.
And know immediately if I know Kaylee. Oh, he's being patient. Good for him.
Oh yeah, this is golden. This is great. This is a great spy game. Oop. And, oh, we don't get one of the mission wins. I wanted mission wins. Boo, I wanted mission wins. But there must have just been something that was tickling KCM's brain. That KCM's hacks where it shows him the countdown timer was just going off in his head, and he knew someone was done. He just could smell it.
Yeah, so with double agent, list gone, flirt assumed, and going to a second statue, that's 4 missions, and it's pan off. You probably missed a 5th. It's a fair shot. So, good win for Crazy Kaylee.
Indeed. And see, this is a map where I'd be more expecting to see spy wins as opposed to any 3 of 5 terrorists, which I was surprised to see as many spy wins as we did. Okay, so that was Kaylee taking it, right? So we're at 5-4 KCM, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah.
All right, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
Getting over to the spy side because the sniper side doesn't see enough. This, who I've tried to mention, is named after the character the art is made after. Most of the other characters in this game vaguely resemble people, Morgan Freeman being the most obvious. Based on, I believe, John the artist's girlfriend. Ooh, teleport.
Ooh, yeah, teleport, but not too bad. For some reason, teleport just has been happening today. Like, I didn't see any teleports during the cast that I had earlier today on my channel, or before on my channel, or yesterday. But I've just seen a bunch of teleports today. It's a bummer. I don't know if it just happens in high-level games more.
It's speedrunning strats, right?
That's true.
You get the faster.
Yeah,
that's
we're
a
just
bug
dead.
miss. That's
Yeah.
a shot.
All right, so Kaylee brings it back to a tie, as far as I can tell.
I don't see anybody in chat yelling us that we can't count, so I believe it.
All right, stepping into Kaylee's turn as spy, as Irish,
By the way-
as he likes to call him.
Casting mode on.
Do I not have casting mode on? You're so right.
This is one of the brilliant things that Checker, who's pointing it out.
Wait, no. I
is,
see casting mode. Oh, wait. No, play... Wait, what? What? I say replay is casting mode. Is there a different one for spectation?
Oh, no, you're fine. You're just looking at the replay. Just looking at the replay. I'm looking at your stream. You're good.
Oh, okay. Good.
Anybody's ever taken and listened to me and taken it at face value, you've made a serious mistake. Don't take anything I say seriously, or...
All right.
Starting... Kaylee on Irish.
Crazy Kaylin, Irish, official name. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
I still haven't met anybody who's opposed to just calling her Karen, which I believe was Private Five's. Her. I think it fits.
Well, I mean, it's Karen green. That's a color. It's more of a bluish green though than what she's actually wearing. What?
Okay. I'm gonna just watch this whole game and try and see if I can find what he's talking about. But it's not a time ad.
Oh! I know what it is. He ignores talking, and it's guaranteed to be him, right? Let me go to free cam. Free cam. I want to see this happen. Yep. Yep. Wow. I can't believe he's looking for that quickly in the game. I am shocked. That has to be it, though. I don't see anything else, right?
Well, Kaylee's also a dirty Insta-sipper, which is not a thing I think KCM's watching for. I think he's watching for the nobody talking.
Yeah, okay.
That on library, though, is obscenely hard to catch.
I am shocked. Yeah, so he does ignore the entire
Mike.
thing, but who looks for that at the beginning, not looking at like statues? And there's three people at statues over on the left side. And I can't even tell if there's anybody in statues on the other side. There's another person. There's 4 people at statues. Toby is here, which makes us come over here, and Amba's here. But there's people grabbing books. There's people at statues all over the place. Who's looking at whether or not someone's ignoring the I keep wanting to curse, but I'm not going to. The darn arrows on the floor at this early in the stage. I can't believe that. That's great.
The answer is KCMMMMM. Let's move on to the next one.
Dang, that's great. I love it. Let me credit KCM with that win. Oh, need to pause. All right, stepping in, KCM stepping in as, what is that? That's Bling Twin in 3, 2, 1, go.
Clearly doing random cast. You wouldn't pick Twin and then make your ambassador Twin, right?
I don't think so. That seems to be asking for some envy between the two of them. Ooh, he bugs. Oh, but I don't think it's seen. It looks like from the cam he was there when the bug was going off, but maybe he was just flipping around so quickly that it didn't matter.
Haley saves his highlights for statues, so it's hard for us to particularly say. But that was not a bug that you particularly watch for, right? Because it was combo to statues.
Banana bread.
Banana bread, instant bail. We are not gonna probably get this low light. Yeah, we were fishing for that low light, but Keely's not gonna do it if he's not 100% sure.
I would have given it to you. So good job, Casey.
Grab a
Do
book.
that.
Oh, and we rip it out, and I think we get away with it. A lot of book ripping on this stage, right on Green Book too.
Two things that happened. One is I low-lit someone for doing a BB split. Shame on me on stream. The other thing is these book rips, when you find someone who's found a book where you don't remember them ever having a book, or that in itself is where I usually find my suspicion, because I don't catch the actual act, I just catch the aftermath. For someone like Kaylee, I think he wants to catch the act, though.
That is true. I think so. Also, just to specify for stream, what we mean by book rip is AI won't do what KCM did, and that is yank a book out of the bookcase and move on immediately. They will pull a book out, read it for a certain number of cycles. I cannot remember off the top of my head. I think taking a book out, if you're leaving with it, I think you can do like with 1. If you're not leaving with it, it's like 2 to 3. But they will never just do it where they grab a book and immediately rip it out without looking at it. To put it in a more metaphorical way, they will always look at the cover, look at the dedication page, before deciding whether or not it's worth their time to take away from the bookcase. Are we going to get the inspect off before it gets picked up? No. So we are going to have to come back.
If we say anything... Oh, yeah, this is going to be a shot, isn't it?
All right. All right, so first of all, I don't think he... Okay, was he at statues too long? I'm guessing that it was just middle statue stuff, and, I mean, that was going to be 5th mission if he was able to inspect all the statues, so Kaylee might have just known that there was enough that Bling Twin could have done. I do want to see if he spent too long. No, he didn't. It must have just been the suspicion of 3 inspects, and then crediting him with bug and transfer.
I like that somewhere between the microfilm and the bug, he had him as a high suspect. But Kaylee's good for shooting people at mid statues. There's some players where they will hesitate. Kaylee's very decisive. Okay.
All right, stepping into balcony. One would assume that this is one of the spots in which KCM could possibly get a killer advantage in, but Kaylee's been forced to play this map so much because people see it as a weakness of his that he's actually kind of gotten good at it. So we'll see if that actually works for him. And Kaylee for a behavioralist type player, as you want to call him, not one of the most well-known balcony snipers. I think he's pretty decent at it, but he's not in the tier of, like, say, Bacon or Wodar or probably Steph at this point. I don't know who their balcony specialists are, but I don't think KCM's among them, but I could be wrong.
KCM's not someone I would want to play on balcony and like my odds. So the thing with balcony is it really comes down. I think you guys saw my game where I did a white banana bread and decided to stop doing things and hope someone gets shot. People like doing things. It's one of the realities of SpyParty is people like pressing buttons, even if it's going to get them killed. Crazy Kaylee could just do this in 3. If he gets another green flirt, though, he could win this game.
Yeah.
So hitting 2 green flirts, or if KCM shoots for it.
All right. Well, let's get started with. So Kaylee does not.
Started it? Oh, sorry.
What's up?
Well, it's a good game. Let's enjoy it. You haven't started yet. I forgot. I auto-played it.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we'll be starting in 3, 2, 1, go. And Kaylee does sometimes turn on Purloin or Fingerprint on this map. I think that is going to become less and less likely because Bug has gotten a buff through changing to New Art. So I think that Kaylee also picking Papa Danger or Freeman again. I think he's actually doing cast selection at this point. It might just be worth highlighting. I think that one, Kaylee identifies with Freeman a little bit, and 2, he loves that cane bug. He just loves it so much. I think he thinks it's a little bit better than it is. It is the standout bug, to be sure, but I think he picks him a little bit too often. But I don't think KCM's gonna be watching for it, for the selection at least. He'll be watching for the bug.
This banana bread here is white. Crazy Kaylee being the only person talking during it. As I was saying there before, I didn't realize if he can get another green flirt, this game could be over. It would be an impressive shot in KCM's capable.
Okay. Well, we could have finished if we had green flirted right there. The game is over and we've won. Unfortunately, we get a white test, and we have to decide what to do. I think that if he talks again, he's gonna die. Especially if he waits out the 45-second timer. I really think it's gonna be.
Timer will make you overtime. It's not good. No bueno.
All right. Well, let's see. Yeah, selection timer is going to start right around now. The question is whether or not you wait until oh my god. All right, we got to do this. He goes to a good spot, though. I dig the spot a lot. He is going to get shot, though, in overtime, for sure. This is happening. He wiggles around. I respect it. I respect the wiggling around. He almost got KCM to maybe shoot Damon or something in the background. But he did at least put himself in a position where he might have won. If he just sat there, he was 100% going to lose, and I respect the attempt to try to get something out of it.
Okay, so scoreboard 7-6 to
KCM won that one? Yeah, I think so. Yes, right, because it was Papa Danger, and that's what Kaylee picks. All right, stepping into the next game in 3, 2, 1, go. We are in kind of a bad spot for our first flirt. We don't even flirt. Oh, I guess we must have taken over after, because otherwise there's no reason for us to talk without it.
Yeah, so one of the things that I have particularly picked up on balcony recently is if you get the first flirt,
Banana bread.
You can actually get away with sometimes. Oh, that's a bug. That's
yeah. So okay, I've harped on this a little bit over the last few days. I'm not a big fan of banana breading right after the bug. I'm really not. Because the thing is, obviously, Kaylee was not 100% sure on it. But if you banana bread after you make the spy suspicious, the sniper suspicious that you might have done the bug, you force the sniper into a position of, well, I've got to shoot. If I'm going to shoot, I've got to do it now. And you don't want them to make that choice because you're going to be the top suspect at that point. At 1.5 minutes, they're not going to have enough development on other suspicious targets that they're going to shoot anybody else. So right now you're saying you are putting up your life against the against how sure they are of the bug. So if they're 60% sure of the bug, at that point they're going to shoot. If you wait a little bit longer, just do nothing, or maybe go for a silent game where you just don't banana bread, I think it's a better play. I totally get the impulse to want to banana bread, just be done, but I don't like it.
So I don't think this ambassador was getting booted out. So if he did the banana bread and then bugged, the ambassador would have still been there. It would have just been a objectively.
That's true.
Objectively, I would have liked it more.
That is what objectively means. And going in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. We again are kind of far away from
Banana
our
bread.
seduction target. I kind of like the decision to banana bread as just an opening move because our seduction's not going to be that great from this range. I'm curious if we're going to leave and try to get back with our seduction target elsewhere, but we'll have to see.
For how patient Kaylee's sniper is, Spy is often on the logic of.
We tried. Had we hit that, the game was over. That's really a bummer.
For it, so it would have been really sweet.
Another attempt because it was in motion, but did not curl on its way. Seems like Kaylee's pretty dialed into trying this bug. Now, he might get another opportunity right now because if Ambassador chooses that spot next to Salmon, he's going to go on the other side, unfortunately, so we're not going to get a reverse attempt.
I do like to note, because I did this in my balcony game, you can also just choose to have all the best people.
We tried again. We've tried so many at this point.
That's the fourth one? Really?
That's at least 4, yeah. It might even be 5. The funny thing is, like, we're just mixing them in between our flirts, you know? So, I mean, we are backed up to a flirt, but problem is we cannot finish with a single green flirt. We got 30 seconds left. We're really relying on the bug. Now, that said, all the time that we spent doing this, we've killed...
Now?
Oh no. Oh no. If we had gotten that, we had a real good shot. Oh, doesn't matter. Wrong shot. We win. GG. Kaylee wins.
This game is fun to cast.
Wow, that was actually really interesting. Because I'm guessing he was going for a time ad at like 3 seconds left to send it into pending or something, right? And just trying to get away there before KCM would have noticed. But also, I mean, it's not a bad decision to just wait and see if someone gets shot. It's balcony. Stuff can happen.
GG. Yeah, no, this is the thing that people don't always realize. You can do nothing. You want to do enough noise. Like, you want to do the banana bread, for example, on balcony to make sure that the sniper has to have that impetus to shoot. But the banana bread, your flirts have been garbage. You can have that game. The very end of the game or not, but it's suspicious. I mean, the sniper has to. You can put the impetus in the sniper to not shoot. We playing more balcony. Oh goodness.
And it looks like it. All right, starting in 3, 2, 1, go. I think we're closing in on the end of the set too, so they might be closing out on balcony as well. I think they're going to be trying to do.
I don't mind watching you guys play more, frankly.
Yeah. Maybe they might be doing a 16-game match. I'm not sure. We will be switching over to another host pretty soon here. But let's see what happens. So banana bread and that we get low lit for the ditch. I'm kind of surprised because that was not 100%, obviously.
This is why Kaylee not a fan of balcony, because you have to go track flirts and things. He's still quite good at it. He's very good at tracking things in general. But this game is actually over.
And yeah, no, it's done. Yep. I was really hoping he was going to hit that in pad
BM bug.
turn 1.
The BM bug.
Oh, the BM bug is there. Yeah. He doesn't
well
connect. Wait, no, it does connect. No, that's known 3 right there, baby. No, well, not really, because he's got the 10-second countdown timer. 3 missions done in Kaylee's face.
Why I shoot way too fast, because sometimes it's someone just being mean to you. Guys, be nice to your opponents. You don't have to be You can. I mean, you'll get shot for it sometimes, so it's gonna be your win rate that you lose anyways. So don't worry about it. I am not gonna complain until someone kicks us out.
Sounds good. I must have missed a game somewhere because it looks like we're switching to a courtyard, and I bet they're not mirroring. So I had KCM up 1, and KCM just 1 there. So
It needs to be an even number, so it should be.
I think it's 9-7 KCM, but chat correct me. It could be a tie, or it could be. I know if anybody's up, it's KCM.
Bolt says it's 8-8, but he doesn't really play SpyParty, so I don't think he can count.
Okay, sounds good.
Tantosaur says 8-8, and I believe him, so I'd put it 8-8.
Sounds good. I'll believe that guy. And we are just joking, chat. Feelbot is what's Feelbot's account name?
It's Ari, some of the but
Okay. All right.
Not sure why he didn't just take Bolt. He did. I will tell a story while we watch Kaylee go to Windows a couple times.
All right.
So
starting
when
in 3,
Bolt
2, 1, go.
I'm gonna go to Windows a couple times here. So when Bolt started in his first games, because his username was different than his real name, into Discord while I was playing this new player, and I was describing what I was gonna do. I'm like, I'm gonna bug here, and then I would bug, and then this new player would shoot me, and I'm going, well, this new player is really good for a new player. And this is before tutorial too. And then I realized quite a bit later that I was in a Discord with the opponent I was playing, telling them exactly what I was about to do. We got a flirt.
Got a flirt. 34%. What are we thinking about doing? I mean, like as often has been spoken about Courtyard, it's all about what is going to be your one hard tell, or if you're going to try to do inspect/fingerprints.
I like this Purloin. It's going to get him shot, but I like this Purloin, and I'll explain why. Everybody in that conversation either had a drink or I believe was up against a wall. So if Kaylee had gotten that Purloin, I believe Toby would have went to a different conversation. I'm not certain on that because twin might have been able to take the other twin might have been able to take a list, but it's a nice thing that you can do if Toby's the one who runs away instead of you having to run away. It really does help.
That's actually a fantastic point. I would not have gotten that at all. I think that is something great to take home, chat. If you got to be cognizant
that is the sort of thing that I don't think necessarily aware of. It's kind of I care a lot more about drinks than I think almost anybody.
That's intervention talk to me, but we're gonna be going on a Courtyard instead. Still sticking up. Oh, 9-8. So KCM won that. So KCM's up 9-8.
I've watched enough of these big streamers play matching on white Purloin equals death. If you're ready?
Yes. In 3, 2, 1. And we do resist the bug, which honestly that's great on that point because I think Kaylee's rotation would have been on point for it. We would have been exposed with our arm out because Ambassador would have been way on the other side of us. And instead we pick up a nice seduction target. That's a good trade to me.
%. Ready for the 2 flirt.
And seduction target leaves us, and I think I'm a little bit bummed. Oh, okay, never mind. The suspected double agent was coming in our conversation. I said if we had stayed in there just a bit longer, it looked like White Dress was aiming for us, but she was just suspected double agent. Get out of that conversation. Perfect. And the reason why I'm saying get out of that conversation, if Ambassador joins you in conversation circle, oftentimes you're not going to spend too much time in there because the entire time that you're there
Banana
talking
bread.
to Ambassador, he's not putting his hands on stuff. You want him to go put his hands on stuff.
Especially when you've done a nice time ad early, fingerprint becomes a lot more when there's more time for the ambassador to put his grubby fingers. Why are his fingers so dirty though?
Well, I don't know. Okay, so actually, this is a good question. Do you leave a better fingerprint if you have dirty hands or clean hands? I would guess like some sort of like the oil on your skin is what leaves it. But is that better if your hands are dirty? Like if I just had a lot of like mud on my hands, I don't leave fingerprints, right?
I think Alice is wearing gloves, by the way. This game is not 100% realism.
That's an interesting one. I mean, she could be wearing those like what are those? Like, there's like those little gecko things. Oh, and Alice goes right back to statues, but it's double agent, so there's nothing cool happening there. I don't know why I commented on it, but it was cool. I liked it.
Purloin's off. This is gonna be if he sees the list fade shot. The list fade, it's a shot.
I was already updating score before he took the shot. That was 100%. That's Kaylee.
For some Kaylee bread and butter, it's the list fade that we're going to be talking about. If anybody hasn't been listening to us yet, green fades go faster, and it's the sort of thing that Kaylee is very much going to watch compared to the white fade, which actually is a fade compared to almost immediately disappearing with the green. Jeez.
All right, starting in 3, 2, 1, go. Also, are we getting relieved? I forget. I don't know. I haven't seen anything in chat. Oh yeah. No, but I'm trying to figure out if I'm getting relieved as host, which means I should be throwing up as many of my cams as I can during the last one. I'm gonna be walking like a hawk for innocent drink takes or no bug, no say bug cam. I'm super sad. Dang it.
No bug. So we do have Big Boss in chat. Oh, that's a bug. Diamond's so easy. All you have to do is, for casting at least, all you have to do is say the mission and then say that they're going to get shot, and then they get shot. It's great.
Easiest job in the world. Like honestly, like when we did the Bacon versus Kaylee things, I could have just like been in another room, just like had a little thing that just said like, and there's a hardtail, and there's a pathing hardtail, and or pathing tail, and or etiquette tail. Spy loses, and just been and gone. All right.
Me and Cletos.
Wait.
Let's get this started.
All right. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go. I've also been showing off the dog in purse thing every chance I get, Checker. Some people love it. Some people don't understand why you bothered.
You can't shoot the dog. That would be animal cruelty. We only do AI and spy cruelty. Yes, Damon.
All right, so we double time added, I want to say, or was that just a single time add? And I'm crazy. And we try to bug and we lose.
It was a good play in that it's a play. He did a BB and it was a fake BB to cover the bug. The problem is Kaylee is good at SpyParty.
I don't like but the thing is, he started the bug while his hand was up for the part of his talking animation, so there was a really awkward transition over into the bug. I don't know. I mean, if Kaylee had been zoomed in across the map, maybe, but yeah. But it happens. I mean, we're 10-10, and we're stepping into Modern, which I'm excited about.
I love this map. It is truly glorious.
All right.
Sorry. On go?
Yes. Starting in 1, 2, 3, playing it. Did I get you with that one? Keeping my casters on the toes.
Okay, I don't know if I'm synced or not. It's fine. Damon got a low light. Damon's not the spy. Kaylee didn't bug, but he tried to, which sounds incredibly likely.
Kaylee as Papa Danger again. Highlight him. If you play Guest versus Kaylee, and Freeman, Papa Danger, whatever you want to call him, is on the map, highlight him. He plays in too much. Punish him for this.
Scallions in SCL. I can start worrying about just having to shoot or not shoot orange dress, don't I?
That is actually true. Scallions is also, like, it's weird because I swear that Scallions is eventually going to be, like, a super powered player because, like, he hides his win rate underneath his orange dress shenanigans. And then eventually, he's just gonna go off on people. 30,000.
I have enough knowledge of Scallion's play to know that he'll need to stop not doing anything before afraid of him going off. Going off, what is that bounce between two DAs? That's not fair. Like is what Steph did yesterday. If you guys haven't watched the VOD, it was I believe the chat someone said pimpin', and I don't disagree.
Yeah, dude, I feel a little guilty because like Nanthalus was not playing bad. Steph was just on fire.
I wouldn't even like bring this up if I thought Nanthalus was playing. He was maybe a bit rusty. He hasn't been around for a bit, but he was playing solid SpyParty. Steph was just playing out of her mind.
All right, we're at 94%, but we've also killed half of our time on this map.
I don't think it's Kaylee's go-to, but I wouldn't mind a timeout or two here.
All right, so let's see. So I'm guessing double agent and seduction target in the same conversation circle. Try to get in far away from the seduction target. Seduce, double agent, delegate. It's a possibility. All right, so maybe actually delegate or
Banana bread.
Banana bread now. Get low lights on the bar. I don't think this is going to work out for him the way that he's hoping. Although there's a ton of people at the bar now, which is good and bad. Because now KCM's going to be looking at the bar more. Also, is Delegate going to go off in time? Let's see. So we gulped the drink, finished that. We gotta be doing something else right now. We only got a minute left. It does. Did she got marked suspicious when she did the take, right? So.
Yeah, so KCM was afraid of something like BB split into that purloin, which is why he took the highlight back up. I have a bad feeling that Kaylee's dead, though, if he does something else.
He's not in a good spot for the cane bug that he so desires. Yeah, I don't know about that. I know, like, cane bug doesn't work that way. Cast or stream, like cane bug isn't just like if you bug them with the cane, it's superpower and you can't see it. If you do the lean with the conversation bug, it's just as bad as everyone else's, maybe even a little bit more conspicuous because he actually like kind of leans over too. His in conversation bug is terrible.
That bug animation that he has is not good.
All right, stepping into the next game. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
The conversation I want to have about this map is it going to be something that the campers like or haterless like? Because I enjoy this map because I get a lot of lowlights for random things.
Well, the question for me is actually more about whether or not the etiquette snipers are gonna love it, the etiquette campers, if you will. Because again, to me, oh, let's see.
Pathing is incredibly active because there's so much of it. Everything's a path.
Right. So, so also, I mean, like I have like my own little thing about. Oop, I missed the pad a little bit. I have my own little thing about how camping isn't a proper name for what we call camping either. Like, a lot of our names are kind of weird. Camping is more of it exists on a different spectrum than, oh, we didn't actually miss the pad. We were trying to do the thing.
Is he microfilming back there?
He is. So we intentionally did it. Yeah, he loves doing that kind of stuff. He also, I swear, KCM likes doing these cheesy things as a twin more often than not. When he's trying to get away with this stuff, he's almost always a twin. I have no idea why it's this way, but I swear that it is. I just always see him doing the cheesiest stuff when he's one of the twins.
That read.
But anyway, so camping to me is more of a modifier on a certain style. Like if you are a mission camper or an etiquette camper, it's more about the way that you use your attention and the kind of like lights that you use. But that's neither here nor there. Camping's a fine name, behavioralism is still a bad name.
I'll ask the real question then. Do you think KCM or Kaylee would be more likely to pick this map in SCL?
KCM. I'm fairly confident. The thing though about Kaylee is that Kaylee also just drills down on maps that he finds fun. I don't know if he finds Modern fun or not. If he finds Modern to be fun, I think he'll like it. That said, a lot of people have trouble with this map because there's so much to look at. Kaylee's one of the snipers that's better at splitting his attention properly. So it might be the fact that even if this map doesn't suit his playstyle amazingly well, it might be better than it suits other people's playstyle, whether or not he can cut through the noise better than another one. I do think that it's going to be one of the better spy maps. Okay, are we going to try to do this again? We stopped short, and I don't know if it's intentional or not.
He's doing the same thing twice.
Yeah. This time it's ignored. He specifically goes for the white test. 3 at a bookshelf.
3 at that bookshelf is not okay.
Now the thing is, Kaylee.
I know we mean, but come on.
Kaylee doesn't. I don't know if Kaylee buys into the 3 at the bookshelf one, so I don't think he's gonna bite too much.
These are 2-person bookshelves. There is no room for a third person.
It's true. So let's see. KCM is setting up for inspect. Plus what? Oh no, swap. Oh Jesus Christ! Oh why?
What you say?
I'm so sad. I'm so sad, KCM.
I mean, there are things you can do. They are cough, they are clank, and they are crash. Crash being drinks. If being clank is being a bad manner person when you're about to win the game. Not 4 missions done and you have to go do a 5th mission. Kaylee's good enough to go catch it.
Yeah. I'm so bummed because like if he'd been able to. Okay, so what was he doing? He was swapping and then getting over to the other statue to try to make it look like he was never at that initial statue because it looked like he was going for the other statue. So it looks like he was gonna swap, slam it down, go over to. No, he was just walking away at that point. And just trying to get away from it, but instead he goes a little bit too early. That's a bummer. I'm bummed. I really think he had a shot at a spy win that game, but not when you clank. Not when you clank when there's like no one else that could have clanked.
It was particularly bad. But Kaylee never got his highlight in, which I think is telling. Next one though, if you're ready.
All right, starting in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh yeah, I was gonna say I know Kaylee's gonna grab this swap. He started in this perfect initial position. Yep. 100% that's a swap that Kaylee's going to take. He's going to prioritize that so hard it's not even funny.
One inspect, which is fair. You want to get that inspect in so you can get the full value. Assuming that just running away from the statue and not being seen at all isn't going to be better. It's a hard thing to necessarily say.
We are too far away for a so we're committing to a 3 foot at the very best from where we're at, but it's not gonna be too big of a deal on this map. Ton of people at bar. Ambassador is gonna be sliding into blue bookcase, and Kaylee's watching that pretty intently, because Kaylee's gonna want to swap, inspect, seduce, fingerprint, contact would be the ideal way to go.
Taking a lot of lowlights, and I think it might have been anybody that was on the far side of the map. Up. I think he might have seen it a bit later than he was expecting, but it worked out. He's low light like 5 people for while Kaylee's not doing much.
People have been getting away with the time at that far window so much. I don't know. It's surprising me because I just feel like I watch it.
You understand why though? Like if you look at, are you on KCM sniper side? The far window is only on screen, maybe like 20-30% of the time.
I guess so. I'm just like hyper aware of them. I'm like nervous about them adding time all the time. But the other reason why I think it's easier to catch time adds in this map relative to other maps is the color in the upper right-hand corner of at least my sniper screen is a very dark color. And so when it's against a lighter color where it's a little bit harder to see what the clock is, you can kind of see it jump up a little bit more. You can see movement a little bit more. But it seems like nobody catches it, so maybe that's just, maybe I'm wrong about that, because what I'm describing isn't something that I do naturally. I just think it's something that people do naturally. But people have been getting away with murder with timeouts on the far side. And oh, okay, never mind. I thought there was some sort of crazy lighting system going on, but I'm like...
No, you're fine. To continue on that, so gallery is, I think, the map that I think really shows that, because you're zoomed in so much that the zoom in has a black in the corner. KCM, I think, is getting 2 highlights in back-to-back games for just calling out who he thinks is going to purloin.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in if that's the call right here. So
He could shoot on this gulp.
And dead for the gulp, I guess, right?
We don't like our alcoholics here. You got to take your sips, boys.
I'm trying to see. So it wasn't an animation break because it was the finish of gulp, and then he left, and then yeah, I guess it was just gulp. So I guess KCM
will get on here and tell us it's something completely different. I almost guarantee it for half of these games. But seeing the purloin, seeing the gulp, it all adds up. The narrative makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, like the fact that he was like watching for the purloin means he's already aware of what Pencil Stash was doing as far as for the purloin. So, because he was tracking for the purloin, he was also happenstance to be tracking for the drink.
That's actually my favorite descriptor of KCM sniping. It's narrative sniping. He's looking at the missions and he goes, "Well, you've done this, 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 and this." And I think that's enough to say that you're the spy. Yeah. And unlike, say, Kaylee, who's going, "Well, you've been to 2 statues, 2 fingerprints." KCM's also trying to track that, maybe not as hard, but he's also saying, "Well, you also did this at a time I didn't like." The really soft things that KCM will get just a list of crimes against you.
Correct.
Without necessarily needing to make the hard behavioral reads that when we behavioral snipers, the old Veeries of the world, Verifos. More flirting. You guys seem to like opening their games with flirt if it's given to them.
I am at the beginning of the game. All right.
Play the game.
Starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
I'll need to check with the next host to see if they're gonna autoplay, because I keep on doing that over and over again. Sorry.
Spoilers. Oh yeah, I generally I've been because I like the autoplay system because it keeps everybody in sync. I like autoplay with 2 more people, but the problem is I like looking at replays every once in a while. And autoplay just ruins replays.
Spoilers: KCM's gonna flirt twice. It's gonna be great. The notable thing here, though, is there's 4 people who went to statues early. Kaylee, that means a lot of the party is already lit up.
As Kaylee says, and as always the kids say, party is super lit. Send hey mail to @PwnNoob.
Wait a second.
Alright, we have 3 minutes left. This
Banana
is pretty
bread.
good banana bread, yeah? Yeah, that's pretty good. You can slap into the last perk right here. Then 2 missions done.
Bread loses a lot of its strength, not because it was a bad banana bread and that, 5 lowlights is pretty typical for this map. It's that he lost a lot of his highlights.
That's true, so the early highlights that were at statues, you mean?
The early highlights who are at statues, along with people who did the BB, a lot of those were lost. He has 2, now 3, because of statue visit. Soon to be 4. That's a failed bug. Weird path. He almost gets away with the bend over to dodge the shot, but because little man is little, and there's nobody behind him, he just takes the shot.
I've tried to do the bend over, dodge the shot thing so many times because I love the concept, but I've just never been able to do it. One thing that was for sure is like, so now that you have characters that are smaller and you can kind of dance around the middle of things, is I was trying to theorize about whether or not like if I intentionally like got the briefcase into like the center of a conversation circle, this kind of area, and then if I just kept spamming like left click, if I would be able to just like kneel basically. Never quite worked out the way I was hoping it would.
I think we're calling that the end of the set. I believe with that shot on KCM, that makes it 12-12, so nobody's a winner.
Nobody's a winner. Everybody's a loser. That's right.
The voice that you hear is the one, the only Crazy Kaylee, along with hopefully the one, the only KCM. No, not yet.
I told him I was hopping into Discord.
Set as a whole?
Say again?
Feelings on the set as a whole?
KCM is really hard. That's it. no, that's not it.
What do you think about the Terrace set where you guys both got a couple of spy wins? You guys both got spy wins on Terrace any 3 of 5.
I think that I think there are going to be more spy wins at a higher level in particular this year in SCL, because we're not used to new art, and I think that favors the spy. And I think that's true on Terrace, but it's also just true in general, I think. I was really surprised. Were there any spy wins on Modern? There weren't, right?
I don't think so, because at that point, when you went into Modern, you guys were...
we were tied going in, and then he shot me twice for, like, I want to say, like, Purloin-related shenanigans. Mm-hmm. And I think I shot him the one time for the microfilm craziness, and then the other time... And then he clanked at the end, which made it really easy. And then for that bug. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I was super disappointed about number 1, he shot me for Cane Bug, and number 2, like that was like a godlike shot. When he hang on, he's asking where I am. Let me see if I can get him in here. To like pull him up. Okay, I think you're in here, Casey.
Yeah, there we go. Why can't I join? That's bizarre.
I don't know.
Doesn't even appear as a channel, but
you should be able to because you're like basically
I'm
top
supposed
admin,
to be
right?
the god, of this channel. But okay, good games.
Yeah, those are very good games as always. Like I always feel like I played quality SpyParty after I play.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. And it wasn't as stressful as SCL for me anyway.
No, it wasn't.
I just I think we had a little bit more fun here.
Yeah, we did. Like we did some bug wars at points there, and we did like we had some Terrace wins, which is crazy. Like at a high level of play, like that never happens.
Yeah, that was kind of unexpected.
Yeah, didn't we both got a Terrace win, right? Off of drive-by bug. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Kaylee got or KCM got 2. I think KCM opened with 3-1 on Terrace. I forget what map Kaylee brought it back on.
I think we tied all the
Balcony,
way to
wasn't
it?
I think.
That's right. I was really proud of that pan-op play. I was really proud of that because that was. I felt like he. Did you know I had a blue book at some point? When I was Irish the first time, not Irish the second time.
Yeah, I did. You put it back though.
I put it back,
and then you cheesed it.
I cheesed it. Yeah, the laser went away, and I was like, "Now I'm gonna get a blue book again." Yep, and it was.
You probably could have just walked away with that book because as soon as you went to the shelf, I kind of assumed you put it back.
Yeah, I wanted to be
probably
seen putting it back because
away.
I wasn't sure. That's right.
Yeah, no, that was smart. I watched the replay and I was like, wait, that's not cool.
Yeah, Kaylee does really well on pan-op. I'm surprised.
That one was really sad because KCM shot with half a second left on your countdown timer. Because KCM just has like a little thing that tells him when countdown timer has started. So we were about to get all hyped up for a mission win, and then KCM ripped it away from us by shooting the wrong person.
Yeah, like another character swap blocked, and then at the last second, like I shot and he walked away like before it registered. So I saw that he was innocent, but I think it's just luck that I saw that. I mean, luck that I went for the shot at that time, but bad luck anyway because I shot the wrong person.
I'm gonna ask a question here. KCM first. Modern, are you picking it, banning it, or ignoring it?
It's hard to say. Like, I'm probably gonna ignore
I like
it.
how you're asking that with like like fellow Diamond play. Yeah, KCM, what are you gonna do with Modern?
I'm probably going to ignore Modern. If anybody picks it against me, I'm happy to play it because I am kind of enjoying the map. But I think it's a really hard map for both roles, and I'm not convinced yet that 5 missions is the right meta. It doesn't feel like 4 minutes is enough time, and I never thought I'd say that. But maybe it's more like a 4-mission, 4-minute kind of game, and that just seems awkward and weird. But I don't know. Somebody's got to play with me.
Time ad, bro.
Yeah, time ad. Time ads are kind of free on this map, but that one corner over there isn't as good as it looks.
It's really not. I think I did a time ad on that map over there, and I think I mostly got away with it, but
I think so.
But you just gotta guard it.
Time.
Like the 2 things you gotta guard on Modern is like, so Modern is like, I think it's way more crazy for behavioralists because practically to finish you have to do a bunch of shit that behavioralists will hate you for, right? Like you have to like rush all around, do all your flirts really fast, right? You can't just like casually sit and like timer flirt someone. Like if you timer flirt on Modern, you've like lost the game practically, right? So I think it's a good behavioral map. So I think I have to play on it more because I think it could also be a good camping map. But I'm not really good at camping it yet. It's really hard to see everything.
If we're playing like 5 of format, then it should be a good camping map by like definition.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you'll find it easier than Veranda or Panhup, you know.
Yeah.
Library.
Library I love like Library is just clearly like my favorite map on both sides, I think.
Checker fixed a lot of the like problems that I didn't really know were problems. Adding the like idle zones all the way to the left and right is brilliant.
Yeah.
It moves the statues closer to the center, but I think that's an okay trade-off. And that one window in the back, that was a nice little addition too.
It is, and it's a hot place to do flirts and microfilms and stuff.
So decision making around the clank on Modern. What were you thinking?
That can't have been intentional. That was him trying to get, that had to be him trying to get away with like doing
trying to leave. Yeah, I was trying to leave like ASAP. I didn't know if Kaylee was zoomed in. It turns out he wasn't. But if he was zoomed in, then I was in kind of an invisible spot until he, rotates around. And I don't know, you got to take some risks, but I didn't mean to clank.
I was trying to side-eye that character at that point because I was like really suspicious of, like, I thought I saw him doing microfilm transfer in a convo. And then he went 3 at a bookcase at like a tiny bookcase, which is
okay. You caught the 3 at bookcase.
Well, yeah, like, and then he pathed out of it kind of awkwardly, I think, or he pathed into it.
Oh no, I pathed out of that nicely. I like bounced against somebody and redirected really
I think
cleanly.
the problem is that
good.
you like put it back really fast and like bailed like ASAP.
Why does everybody? I mean, you're right. I guess I was kind of fast, but everybody like says that. I don't think I was too fast, and I don't think I was suspiciously fast. I think
I was just looking. It's probably confirmation. I think it was just confirmation bias because I was really worried about you doing the microfilm in the convo.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was suspicious enough not to get away with the swap even without the clank. So yeah. So I'm not going to beat myself up over it.
I haven't noticed the run of spy shots that we had on this at the end. So I'm trying to look over the game. So we had the missions wins, where there's 2 on Terrace. The opening 2, right after, by the way, you kind of ruined it for us. We were talking about how Terrace can be really hard for the spy, and then we open up how great the snipers are. Open up 2 spy wins.
With bug.
And then Balcony was the other missions win, which is, that happens on Balcony. And then Civ shots on Terrace and Library. I mean, Library was half a second away from being a missions win, to be fair, though.
Library also had like 2 really good plays on it. Like number 1 was I did my sick book play, and number 2 was KCM on Library shot me for no talking in a convo with the Amba.
Yeah. You got to talk to the Amba.
You do got to talk to the Amba. The Amba wants to have a conversation just as much as anyone else. But that's amazing. Like that, I forgot that I had to like do that against you. Like, because library, like, there's no way that's all free. Just ignore all your etiquette convo stuff. Nope.
I'm
Dead.
glad you
Yeah,
mentioned
no,
that.
I couldn't even not see it. Like at first I saw it and I was like, that's a long. It was a long no talk too, and I was like, I leaned to see if there was somebody hidden in the spot talking or something.
Yep.
And I waited and I was like, I don't know if I should wait and get confirmation, but I just said screw it. I'm not gonna lose this game like second guessing this.
Right.
But,
I mean, it was really impressive, at least to us. And I didn't even notice that you leaned, because that's definitely how lean was definitely intended to see. It was like making sure you can see the subtle behavioral tells, peeking around all the conversation circles, seeing all the little crevices, making sure no one's standing there.
it seems like the lean will probably be more useful on new art than it was on old, especially since the pillars seem like wider. But I think we should be able to highlight and shoot through the pillars.
So
which we
I've
can't
mixed
do.
feelings on that one, because I'm just telling you straight up, if we can shoot through the pillars, I'm dancing behind the pillars, right? So I don't think it solves the problem of
my main thing is I like to be able to, like, what I would do is I would point in the center of the pillar on pan up, like old art, and I would just use the character cards on the bottom to see which character I was, that was hovering, was like marked, so I could tell who that was without having to lean. And I think that's kind of like a nice thing to be able to do. Also, like, you can dance between the pillar. I'm sorry. You can dance between the pillar currently, and it's even more effective because you can't shoot through it. So
that's true. I'm just a little bit concerned about what would happen if we can shoot through pillars again. Like, I actually don't think the pillars are too bad. I mean, one of the ways that we might be able to get around is just playing on lean the entire time. Like every once in a while, pressing Q, going one side of the map to the other. You can see them. It's not like easy, but if you just lean a little bit, make a swipe, you'll be able to find them behind the pillars. It is hard to see though.
yeah. I mean, anytime it's a little harder to see, that's probably a spy buff.
Oh yeah.
So.
All right. We have the one map we haven't mentioned yet. Oh, sorry. We actually didn't mention any gallery maps. How'd you guys feel on gallery? New Art Gallery. I'm guessing this is some of your first competitive games on it. I don't know how much you guys have spent on New Art Gallery.
New Art Gallery is really hard. It's harder for Sniper, I feel, just because there's more occlusion there. And again, I feel like the characters bring a lot to it. There's Smallman, who, I mean, I didn't get away with the full Smallman game that you can sometimes get away with if like Amba stands in the back and so forth. But like I was able to do like half a microfilm that was basically unguardable. Like that I think I did like it was a green bookcases or something early. And I did a manual transfer, like fully confident that there was no way to see it.
Did you get a white or a green test?
That was a white test.
Yeah, see, I was looking at your head, but I kind of like accepted that I wasn't going to see a white test.
Yeah, it's just not possible. Yeah. It's just not possible. So like gallery is hard. All right, I gotta go walk dogs. So last questions before I gotta go.
You didn't answer my question. Modern, you picking it or not?
Right now it's a ban for me. Because I think I'm going to try and change that over the next couple of weeks by playing on it a lot. But right now I'm really weak on it as a sniper. I'm not great on it as a spy either. It's a lot like gallery. It's like horizontal gallery is how I think of it, because the sniper can see everything, but the chances that they can see any given thing is just really low. And it's not like gallery where you don't have to move your eyes very far to see something, and a lot of stuff is in your peripheral vision, right? Like because it's horizontal gallery, like a lot of stuff is not in your peripheral vision, basically. So it's a ban for me right now. Okay, I gotta go. I gotta go walk dogs. Anything else?
We have a question in chat if you're going to be streaming tonight. I guess either one of you.
Maybe later on, possibly. Like, it depends. There was someone who I said I would stream against later on. If they show up, maybe. Otherwise, no, because there's plenty of good SpyParty content on tonight.
I would like to stream, but that's not going to happen tonight. Hopefully, I can do a stream on one of my days off.
What kind of stream are you thinking about doing, KCM? Because I know...
All right, I gotta go. Peace out, guys.
See you
later. Good games.
GG's. KCM, as always.
But...
I would want to do, I guess, just kind of a regular fun stream, But if I have the opportunity to turn that into, an explanatory stream, like, because I have a lot of new people in there, I'd be happy to do that too.
Alrighty. I don't know whether or not we're going to be continuing on the channel. Did you get anything from Hummus, Noob?
So I'm looking at the year-end list, and it looks like it was meant to be me and KCM casting with Hummus as the host. Seen Hummus around though.
My casting?
I can stay. Yes.
Cool.
I think that. Neat. I'm already here. That just worked out great. I can host for at least a little bit if we have someone that we can cast over. So it's not a problem. I can stay a little bit longer. I don't know if we have any games lined up, but I'm sure we can find something. All right, let's see what we got. Do we have anything? So, as far as playing right now, we have Solstice, Darker Solstice, and Ventus Castune. But
absolutely down to jump into that.
Yeah, I'm down to jump in that. We could also offer it up to stream. Is there anybody that wants to play for us? I see Jakat is offering to play for us. I don't know who Jakat would be. Oh, Steph is playing someone. Steph is playing a new player.
Playing S76.
That might be kind of hard to cast.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. Maybe Jakat can be. I don't know if Checker has time to play. I know the people would love it, but I know that he's basically coding. I can't tell if what he just said was sarcasm or not, but
it was 100% sarcasm. He hasn't figured out the Kappa emote yet. Gotcha. Versus JCat.
Oh yeah, okay, I'm down with that. I 100% will
Fury
not
versus JCat.
Yeah. I will not talk shit constantly about Verifo, I promise.
It might be very alts.
Yeah, which Veri are we gonna get? Because I think did Veri buy this on Steam as well? I could have sworn I saw him playing on Steam, so he might have 3 accounts now. Veri's second account also is just still causing problems because every time we talk about the leaderboard, we always have to have this asterisk about, all right, don't forget, Veri has multiple accounts. For some reason, he had to do a rebranding 3 years ago after he played 3,000 games.
Yeah, so actually, Veri is the most experienced player in SpyParty. How much? What does he have? Like something like almost 21,000 games? I know he's broken 20,000.
Yeah, he broke 20,000 first quite a while ago, and I think nobody on a single account has broken 20,000. I think Drawn is up next. Drawn or you are been in a race, I think.
We're in a little bit of a race. Drawn has the lead, and he's going to play 30 games tonight because he always does. So it's gonna be tough for me to catch up. I'll have to play a few more.
Alrighty. I'm going to stick around and host. I'm going to mute my mic probably, and every once in a while I might just like jump in. But at the start of each game, I will be counting us down. Does that sound good?
Yes, okay. And Veri has. Are we ready to start already?
Yeah, looks like it.
Oh my goodness, that's so fast. I can't even find them on the list.
Spies.
Change the slide.
Got it. Okay.
Autoplay. I thought I'd just turn it off.
Are we autoplaying or no?
It's usually better for it not to be autoplay, just because that way you guys can. I mean, if you guys want to autoplay, that's good. I usually like having options so you can go back to replays, but it's basically depends on whether or not you want to ever see replays.
So when do we want to start this one?
Let me go ahead and change the scoreboard real quick. It'll take me about 20 seconds, and you can entertain the cast in there.
Okay, so let me do a quick /who. JCat's been around for a while. He's played 3,300 games, 3,322 games. And Veri, I think, is at 20,800. But JCat is a really strong player.
Yeah, JCat came back, and I played 83 games with him. And I did not notice Rust at all. His spy was fluid. His sniper is solid. It's really fun to watch him play. He's one of my favorite players to play against and watch right now.
His
Yeah,
sniper is solid. His spy is fluid. His lobby is gas. He is all the states of matter. All right, I'm ready to start whenever you guys are.
Yes.
All right, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
So Viri's going to start off by teleporting into conversation. Now, if JCat sees that, it's usually polite to offer a replay of the game, especially this early. But it looks like he didn't see it, so it's okay. Is he going to purloin? No.
Oh. Sick, innocent drink take. I don't think he's going to necessarily get rewarded for it.
Into a
Immediate. I love you, Barry. So, these guys play indicative of the amount of games that they have. And I say that, I mean, JCat plays with that 3,000 game mindset of I'm going to do things that are optimal. He maybe hasn't got into that full of tech like someone like KCM does. Viri plays like someone who has 20,000 games in that he's bored and will do whatever he wants.
Yeah, Viri kind of gave up on subtlety a long time ago, and he's really, really aggressive. Oh, a little late for that reverse drive-by bug, but he's going to get a bug here in the conversation if he wants it. I think he'd get away with it too. He doesn't take it.
Yeah, it goes through conversation.
Viri's behind though. Considering how much he's been moving around, he hasn't really done anything. He's going to get his second flirt, but he's really got to start looking at another mission.
The Tobo percent, 65% is bad. Because if you get the 34%, you're going to end up having 99%, and 99% means you don't get to go home with your ST at the end of the day.
Yeah, so his next flirt has to be green, or he's going to be in a really tough spot. And side statue might not be the best situation. Maybe he should have gone for the middle, because he's already kind of behind on flirt.
Fingerprint on that. Fingerprint with a minute left.
Oh, there was a print.
Ambassador goes to another statue. I think that's really best case scenario, but that's a big ask.
Yeah. And it looks like he doesn't even want to wait for that, which is probably smart. Okay.
Someone swaps before they inspects. It's indicative of two things. One, they're trying to frame the person because AI's green swaps will always have, or when AI green swaps for you, it always happens in the first animation and cycle, not the second, or you misclicked. I don't believe it. Oh.
Oh, wow. Was that the swapper? It was, right?
Hey.
I don't think swapper went off yet, did it?
Oh, he was doing statue stuff though. He did statue to statue, and he was the swapper.
Yeah. So kind of a lucky shot that he didn't confirm the swap on Viri. I think he totally could have. He had him highlit. And if he had waited, Viri had a bit more to do. He still, I think, needed his last flirt and a BB or something, and a print, right? So, are we ready to start the next one?
Sure are. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, JCat, I expect slower spy play here, especially since Viri tends towards behaviorism as a sniper. So he looks for aggressive or kind of weird spy plays.
3 at Windows?
3 at Windows, somebody's flirting. Yeah. That's a nice little highlight. But the thing is with a behaviorist player like Viri, the highlights don't necessarily mean too much. He can bring those characters down and bring other characters up. You might even get low lit against Viri. So.
Banana bread.
Oh. He had some cover for the cough.
Good play.
No, it's not great. It looks like Viri didn't get much more than a BB out of it, though, regarding lowlights. I think he sees that though.
That's on camera.
Yeah.
I think I realized why I like these players. They JCat plays with laser instead of red. I have it on colorblind myself.
Oh, he has it on green.
Green.
I thought the color that showed up was just the one that we have set. It's the players on spectation.
On stream, do you have it on green there, Slappy?
I do have my laser on green, so but it should be. You guys should be spectating individually, right? I don't know. I actually don't know.
I also play on green.
I'm pretty sure it's whatever setting you have it set to. We can worry about this later, though.
All right. Starting
on the balcony.
3, 2, 1, go.
I expect a stupid bug at some point, but until then, I'm colorblind on the spy side too. It's all blue and black. I find it easier for me to like
Banana
track
red.
what the little green testing thing is.
Oh, the action tests.
Yes.
But it doesn't change like the name of them.
No, it's exactly the same action test. It's just I find the white background a bit hard to work with compared to. We do have one colorblind spy. I know Pira's.
Viri. Viri has had some color issues as well with the game. He might use the colorblind option.
See, I'm jealous of this. I think the flirt hasn't expired yet.
It hadn't expired. That's what he was shaking about, I think. He's in kind of a rough spot. Like, he can flirt here, but if he waits for the reset, then he'll have to finish with only like 8 seconds left, something like that. And JCat wants to shoot him anyway.
That's the I'm on stream. Here's what I'm planning to do and tell. I think if it was 2 greens, it still wouldn't have been like. I think it was actually 2 greens for 80%.
Yeah, well, he just wasn't close enough to get the 51%. I think he got 46% his first flirt, so that would have to be green.
The log. So he flirted at 49.2. The shot came in seconds late. So it's just a shot that he really wanted to do, but he didn't do it in time to actually kill for the flirt.
Yeah, it wasn't really timed to shoot, but it looked like he wanted to shoot for the first flirt, or the last flirt anyway.
All right. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
Faster characters on one of the smaller maps. I do like this though. He is playing the only
Banana
woman
red.
on the map.
Yeah, and I've found that they tend to get away with bugs better than the taller and thicker male characters. Like, what you want to do is pick like a small character like Alice, and then hide yourself among like the tall characters so you can like bug and stuff. And
I know what I did when I played
49%.
Cletos. Yeah, that first good. When I played Cletos, I chose all the tallest male characters I could find, and then Little Man. I didn't play Little Man, but I thought it would be. It's the sort of thing I think I'm probably going to do every single Seal game. And party. JCat going window to window, which against Fury is the sort of thing you might get rewarded for.
Yeah. But he is high lit, so. Oh, that leaf sucks. A close screen would be really sweet.
This is still open. Nope. Okay.
Well, he's got to start thinking about either chasing to windows or something. He also needs a BB, but he has to wait for characters to get in.
He thinks he's flirting with wheels, I think. Close enough to get 51, is he?
No, he's not. He's not close enough.
Ooh, that.
But he could bug. Yeah. Is Viri gonna shoot? Doesn't look like it.
I think he wants a Tucker, and that's not it.
Yeah, GG.
GG.
Let's take a look at that bug again.
fun on free cam, so don't mind him.
That's an interesting bug. He goes for the reverse drive-by, but it's really, really late. He basically starts it right as the Amba stops. If he had waited, maybe a frame or two, it would have been the normal like standing bug instead, and he would have done the entire like lean animation, which is much more obvious. So bugging maybe just one frame before the Amba like settled into the conversation might have made a huge difference there for him.
Optimal.
Optimal.
So I complained about this yesterday. I'm going to complain about it. So it's Courtyard 2 that we're remaking. It's the only Courtyard. So you could call it Courtyard Prime. It's just called Courtyard, which is what we call. But it's actually the third Courtyard, so we could call it Courtyard 3. I'm ready to play when we are.
I kind of like Courtyard 3.
I'll be on your account.
All right, starting in 3, 2, 1, go. What is? Yeah, I like also the Courtyard.
Very early
Courtyard
time
Prime,
yeah.
Courtyard 2, and Courtyard now.
Game 4, it's time to time ad.
So, fun fact, Viri loves time ads. It's almost kind of like a meme for him. And in the tournament in which JCat and Warning Track beat Viri and myself, our team was called Time Ad Trio, even though it was just a duet, really. So Viri does love the time ads. And he's going to time ad and then act really aggressive with his flirts, which he has plenty of time to do, and get highlight immediately for inspects. So probably not the best use of his time ad advantage, I think.
Wouldn't be surprised if he runs off to this conversation to go trip.
Or swaps.
Or swap. Or swaps.
With all that time, Viri wants to rush. I mean, I guess BB here. Oh, look at all those low lights, even before the BB. Okay, JCat shouldn't have spent that much time trying to fix the Ambassador low light. He should have just let go. Oh no, he's like messing around. He's low lit everybody, even Damon. It's time to shoot.
General's alive. General's alive.
Yeah, I mean, if you are suspicious of these two people, then low lighting all of the other people is kind of superfluous. And you could be watching those two people closer instead. Like, you already have that information, so getting all those low lights is wasting time. But it is like a popular thing for people to do, is darken everybody and have your two highlights. So
I'm gonna mention a mechanic. I know you
Banana
use it,
bread.
KCM. I don't think too many people do. If you do control and then click, it can take someone from a low light to a highlight, or a highlight to a low light. Double click, which I know even someone like Crazy Kaylee, I hear him on the stream. You can hear the mouse going.
yeah,
Low lights.
I do use it. I'll just sneak my pinky onto the control and tap it. But it's not. I don't think it's like a necessary thing to do. I'm not convinced that it, elevates my gameplay. It's just convenient.
I'm mentioning it because it's we got new people in the chat. If you guys have questions, we're
Yeah,
sorry
of
about
course.
this in the chat, but there's like hundreds of thousands of SpyParty games of people in chat with hundreds of thousands of SpyParty games combined. Between these two, they have 20,000 games.
And Viri's just going to reset the slurp back and forth. I want to say that General could not have had a real BB earlier. Oh, there's the bug.
Angle that
And JCat's
JCat
going to really regret not shooting this game.
So JCat was holding the wrong angle, which is kind of just not good when you only have two people to be holding the angle on. He was somehow perpendicular with it.
He also like focused the guest list when General was taking, and I think that's a poor play. I think he doesn't need to see that guest list being taken, because if it gets stolen, he has a whole 10 seconds to confirm it, and he'll know it's that character because it's not his other highlight. I think JCat would have been better off like just focusing the bug here and glancing at the list in like 6 or 8 seconds. But yeah, missing the bug is a big error there.
To answer your question there, Soda Pop John, even though you're getting the answer there from the dev, right now the chat is you can get a game no matter when you show up and you want to play a game. Matchmaking is coming real soon. Go ask SpyParty in chat because that is Chris Hecker himself.
Yeah.
Slappy on your count.
Yes. 3, 2, 1, go.
And Slappy, you doing scoreboard by the way?
Sure. I mean, I could.
What's the score? I have no idea what the score is.
Who won that last game? Was it Viri?
Viri did by mission win.
2-3 Viri Jakat, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Jakat went 3-1 on balcony.
Nice. Nice.
Our tiebreaker for things was number of mission wins. It would make like competitive tournaments more stylish. We could always use more style.
Agreed. But the game's gonna be a lot more stylish now that we have New Heart.
Oh, the amount of showing off that we've done on these streams. You and Kaylee just played some solid, good SpyParty, and I appreciate you for it.
Banana
Steph
bread.
had, for example, were
Steph's games were awesome. Nan had some
Oh,
really
yeah.
impressive moves in there too. I think actually like the best spy game on there was he was like Papa Danger. He was behind by like 2.5 minutes, and he made a really good comeback. Just like 5 really good decisions in a row, and that's a really good SpyParty. Even though Steph just had an amazing set, you know.
was also shooting lowlights. Like that was the thing, is Nan was playing well enough to get low lit, and then still getting
Yeah,
shot.
and Steph was still yeah. Like sometimes your opponent's just having a really amazing day, and Steph played out of her mind. I think Nun was not playing poorly. You know, I think he played well as well. Okay, so here we go.
Already
Inspects.
highlight. Who's taken some lowlights? I saw a lowlight which I think was a "you didn't bug" lowlight, which I like.
Yeah, I like that one too. Oh, neutral light there for hanging out in the empty conversation.
Statues and being a highlight going into statues, I think Fury isn't. Oh,
I think J-Cat's in a really good spot here. Oh. Did he notice the red test? That might be a highlight for red test. Oh, here's a no talk. It's
he's
okay.
rotating around time.
Yeah, she was leaving. It's cool. He should have left right after the drink, though. Like, you don't stay for another thing, another animation.
Weren't doing in your game, and I didn't mention it, but I did want to. Taking a drink is a great excuse against someone who watches for animations to get out of a conversation. Watches just conversation. Like, you can go into a conversation, flirt, take a drink, and
Shot
that's
for
a
the
shot.
Shot for the time ad, yeah. Viri was totally going to let him time out, so the time ad wasn't... Like, at that point, the time ad was a necessary decision. It's either do that or lose, but you don't want to be put in a situation like that. He should have pursued his flirt and tried to get some missions done because, you know, ultimately Viri was not going to shoot. That's how it goes. And sometimes you have to commit to a timeout sort of situation to keep the sniper from, you know, being too aggressive against you.
But yeah, that 45-second time ad in the beeping is always something you want to keep in your arsenal and not overuse, but definitely know it's there as an option.
Oh, like time adding right at the last second?
Before 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Like he flirted, he did it at 40 seconds, and it's something that you want to do then, because if you wait till 20 seconds, the beeping is already started, and if you time it during the beeping, it's really obvious.
Right. There's kind of like this period between 45 seconds and 30 seconds where you get an opportunity to make a decision about whether you need a time ad or not. And if you miss that window, it's really tough.
Starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
Not waiting around to watch replays, which sounds about right. Viri's seen everything in the world.
Okay, so let's rush a statue. He's already high lit. I don't think he'll swap. He's been really aggressive with swap. I think he'll hold off on it for now. And yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
I do love your camera work, by the way, Slappy. Gallery, I think, is the best for free camming around. It just looks so pretty, especially with the new art. That path, all that path. Oh goodness.
So this is kind of a popular spot for doing microfilm. The conversation fills up there, and usually your right arm gets a good amount of cover. Of course, JCat probably knows that.
I hate when people go there. Just bouncing at the door is amazing.
Oh, talking while leaving, but he's finished flirt, so he doesn't have to return to that.
Sniper or spy, you were up against the wall at the blue bookcase, or you sniped for it when someone did a microfilm?
Wait,
he
what?
sniped for it. He shot Kaylee when he was rocker.
For
I feel like
microfilm.
on the right side. I hate when people try and stick their hand into the wall. It
oh,
gets
I got
me.
shot for that. Kaylee shot me for that. Whoa.
And wrong shot.
And
I think that was a missed shot of
Okay.
someone who wasn't a spy.
yeah, what happened there?
That was a missed shot. You are totally correct. He meant to shoot DeVito, but would have been wrong either way. He must have imagined a time ad, right?
I'm watching the last like 10 seconds to see what Viri saw, but I have no idea.
Well, what Jakat saw.
Or
Can
JCat,
we
yeah.
get the replay of how this shot somehow shot Carlos?
He like shot Carlos's foot right at the last second.
Most impressive missed shot I've ever seen.
That was a nice missed shot, yeah. It's kind of amusing because both of them were wrong shots anyway.
At all.
He actually had a better chance of winning because of the wrong shot. Slightly.
Sure.
All right, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. Casey, what do you call this character? Is he Prince, Duke? What's his name these days?
I call him Evil Bondo because he looks like the Bondo character. He's like blonde, but he's evil looking. And in my head, like I just think evil is my nickname for him, so I can like categorize him. You know, like Evil Boots Alice. You know.
Ambassador tries to take the shot, but that's a purloin. That's a shot. We move on.
So Evil Bondo gets shot for purloining. Yeah, that's a game. I don't know.
SpyParty, it can. I mean, we saw Steph's game. She time added 4 times. A SpyParty game can go as long as you want. But sometimes it's 10 seconds.
Yeah, when people ask me like, "Oh, how long is a game of SpyParty?" I say it could, like somewhere between 3 seconds and 4 minutes, usually, because it could also be 8 minutes if you're playing against somebody crazy.
All right, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, High Rise. This is one of my least favorite maps. It's a very small space and it's hard to do 4 missions here.
Love High Rise. I think it is quintessential SpyParty. The only problem I have with it is when you have only 10 people, and like the most starts noticing things. There's just not enough going on.
Did he put the list back? He did, and I don't think JCat noticed it being missing at all. So
I didn't notice it was missing. So
this went from being a 4-mission game to a 3-mission game. You know, with Purloin being invisible, and that bug would have been really nice if he had gotten it.
I think it's a new. So put back the list. It has a similar. You can green or white the return, so someone else might even put it back. List is notably gone. Nobody actually watches it. It's only if you can somehow take the list and then return it before the sniper even notices. that you really get value out of it. But Viri somehow seems to have done so.
If in case you're curious, the fastest return that you can do is around 7 seconds. You can take the guest list and doing some animation breaking shenaniganry, you can return it in about 7 seconds. Viri's return was a good 12 or 15 seconds. So JCat had a lot of time to see that list. So missing that is actually pretty big. And with that hard tell, taken care of, it's going to be a lot harder for him to shoot for the remaining soft tells, even for a triple inspect and BB, unless he swaps. Why not? Why would you swap there?
Because it's high rise. Why not, KCM? Come on, you know the answer to that
I
question.
strongly disagree with Viri's decision to swap there.
So those statues were unmatched, and Viri wanted to match them all to be the same statue. He is OCD.
He still needs to go. Yeah, here's another statue, and then he'll have to flirt. At least he doesn't have to BB this game, so he still might be okay.
Kledos here, by the way. I need to be mad at Kledos. So, in my game against Kledos, he's going to get shot for this, by the way.
Yeah, it's over.
The statues on the library were all heads except for one. Kledos to swap the other one, and he didn't do it. So I didn't get to have all matching statues, and I was really sad. So I shot him.
It'd be nice if you could choose which statue you swapped it to.
It would be always head. Always head.
I'd swap between the tall one and the middle one because they kind of look similar from a distance, you know.
You got to get a reputation of always swapping it to the same thing, so then you can mix it up.
It's not a real meta. If the statue changes, you're dead. All right, I think we're ready for the next one.
I think we are too.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, JCat's the spy, and yeah, gonna start with a book. Why not? He didn't choose to. We'll see if he actually decides to use it.
The microfilm here, and the reason why is if someone's watching you at this bookcase, it's really obvious to me because they rotate out a bit to the right.
Yeah.
It's the sort of thing where you can kind of play it by ear. You just go up to the bookcase, grab a book, and if they are clearly watching you, you can put it back or even take it out and then go put it back. I think he's probably going to take it back and then microfilm on the way back, or just put it in the green bookcase, but now he's highlit.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Viri highlit him. I know that sometimes he'll highlight people who only go to one bookcase and stuff. He has sometimes these idiosyncratic
This is what
sort
I'm
of
talking
strategies, and the way he uses his highlights and lowlights is pretty interesting and kind of telling of his internal game. But making any sense of how Viri snipes is really tough to do.
Big behavioral. Oh god, that bug.
Very big behavioral. He plays a lot of on instinct a lot of the time with how he marks his guests.
These bug. Every time we try and get some nice commentary, they just go bug and get shot. It's
or they swap and get shot. Yeah, I don't know. I think the wrong arm bug probably not the best choice here.
the path was also not pretty.
But Toby kind of pushed him there. Now this isn't something that I can usually. I don't think this far in advance when I path a lot, but you could probably see Toby there and know this is going to be a problem as you approach it, and then just not approach it. But it's so tempting to go with what you have in your mind, even though the AI aren't cooperating.
All right, ready to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
And I really kind of want to see what Viri does with library, because there's so many silly things you can do. He seems to have been very tame today, though, for the stream.
Are we live, basically? Or
we're like a game behind,
live,
but
yeah.
pretty much.
Oh, okay. All right, Viri. That's a nice bug. If your opponent doesn't see it, but it looks like it was seen.
You're move to the back of the car. Probably just gonna take his low light.
Oh.
Oh.
And you don't even get the BB with it, so it's you know that the spy walked, so you're not even going to be too aggressive with low lights that you didn't see. It's a really rough cough. What's he doing here? He just can't get in that conversation where he wants to be.
Slightly behind me, but you can see JCat when he went
Yeah.
over to do his low lights. He put his laser over Viri, and then notably didn't low light him, which is either a fake low light or just him actually having the. I don't think I should low light this. I think this person's
Banana
probably
bread.
the spy. Bastard's getting mugged.
So real BB. Oh yeah, I wouldn't let him live after that. And the purloin. I think JCat's on top of this game. I think he'll be okay.
I don't think he necessarily has Alice as number one, but he has only a few suspects left. It's going to be hard to finish up.
On the other hand, Viri's going to be finishing most likely with Softel's, so probably flirt here and then find a way to reset flirt and triple inspect to finish. So that's not going to be an easy shot for JCat to take. But hey, I don't know.
I was wrong.
Maybe he thought he might have bugged there or something. Didn't want to take the chance.
That's enjoying the angle, and you doing 5 replays of someone getting shot. Keep it PG, bro.
All shots are PG. It's just making him fall asleep. All right, that was Jakat taking the shot, correct? So it's 6-5.
Yeah, but it was a really good shot, so I think he gets double points.
Sounds good. Counting it. All right, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. When I do, and this is the sort of thing I actually believe Viri is likely to do. Dream, if he just low lights someone in accident, he might actually just keep them low lit. He just goes, Destiny says you're not the spy today.
What if he accidentally low lights somebody?
I know I do it in casual play at least. If I low light someone, I just go, it's a 1 in 20 chance you're the spy. I'm good.
I think Viri will sometimes do that. Like I said, Viri is very instinctive when he plays, so he might randomly just decide to do that. But sometimes his lowlights are his highlights. Like sometimes his most suspicious people are the people he has low lit for whatever reason. It's sometimes just a matter of sorting people into categories.
Watching Viri play is really the closest I see to myself play, but I still don't understand why he does things sometimes, because it's all instincts. Those things where I was mentioning earlier when we were talking about behavioralism, because me and Slappy don't love the term. I feel like I called you a narrative sniper. I feel like you have a very good understanding of the story that's going on. And when a spy goes and does a bunch of things, you go, this makes sense. Instinctual sniper gets.
So you just don't like the term behaviorism? Or behavioralism? We haven't decided on which one it is.
Cool.
That could... No? Maybe not too suspicious of that microfilm.
For me to get on my shit about behavioralism, my problem with it is because behavioralism as a psychology thing completely says that what you're thinking when you do behaviors should be ignored, which is the opposite of what behavioralism is in this game, or what we call behavioralism. That's my shit. I'm getting off of it.
Okay.
I also get a bit sad when we talk about campers, and I'm just like, you just mean Kaylee. You're just talking about crazy Kaylee. You're not talking about anybody else.
Kaylee's camping is a slightly it's beyond most other camping strategies.
If
right?
we're talking,
it's a step further than what most players are willing to do to camp.
the modern conversation. I'm wondering what JCat's going to do here next, but I'll let him get there eventually.
He needs to get on this flirt, because at this point, if he doesn't get a green, he's in trouble with flirt. If he gets a green, he's okay, but then he still needs 2 missions. Yeah, that bug. It's really hard to get a bug like that to take if you're both walking in opposite directions. I think if you have the slowest character and the Amba is the other slow character, and you kind of like stutter step, you might get away with it.
Are you picking that purposely on your Terrace games? Because I mentioned it.
Yeah, I figure you don't get to play the slow characters a lot, and Kaylee and I were talking in our games, and like after each game, and we both agree that Orange Sari has one of the better standing bugs in New Art. Her standing bug just seems really good. I didn't get away with it, but maybe those slow characters have some advantages, especially on small maps where, the disadvantage of being slow isn't so bad. In general, I think having a slow Amba is pretty good because it gives you a better chance for reverse drive-by bugs. All right, green swamp, and he's got a low lit for coming back to statue, which is definitely like a Veery thing. It's hard to have the confidence to do that. He could win this game a little faster by bugging here if he wanted.
I think he needs to respond to Toby. Come on, don't ignore Toby. It's the first rule of SpyParty.
But this looks like a mission win. Nice.
Round of applause for JCat there. That was well played, I think, all around. The microfilm was the actually that Kaylee did.
Yeah, and the time at 1 minute was exactly what he needed to get that game finished. If he goes into conversation at that point instead of doing the time ad, he goes into conversation and he hopes that he gets a green. And if he doesn't get a green, then suddenly he has to time ad, and there's a lot less time on the clock. So I think that was a really good decision to set himself up that way.
This is a thing that JCat I've noticed is very good at making the right decision. He wasn't as rusty.
Yeah, the choice to add time seems like a really good, educated decision. It looks like he looked at the clock, looked at his missions, and said, if I don't get the green on the flirt, I'm in trouble, so better add the time. Good stuff.
All right, starting the next game in 3, 2, 1, go.
To mention what I wanted to mention on Modern earlier. So for people who aren't the hardest campers in the world, so basically not crazy Kaylee, it's a time ad.
Quick time ad. Veery likes them. And
I was watching someone else as the spy and saw the time get added, and I thought it was. I've already low lit the spy.
Time ads are tough to catch on this map. There's a lot of people, or there's a lot of space at the windows, and sometimes a lot of people will crowd them, and you could sneak a time in there pretty easily. I think I've said it before, but 4 minutes seems like it's almost not enough on this map, which is almost unthinkable, but the travel time between locations is huge, so time ads might be pretty common here.
It's got the same. Kaylee was mentioning it, and I completely 100% agree. Same issues.
Instant Purloin. I feel like JCat's probably going to be okay with this one because JCat plays pub. A lot of the old timers don't play pub, and they don't really play with the pub style Purloin, but I know JCat does. So
now that I think about it, might be the most active player in SpyParty right now.
JCat?
Lot.
Yeah, he's also been in the lobby helping a lot of the new players out, and I've seen him on Reddit. I think his username is FluffyCat, so if you see him on Reddit giving advice, you're listening to advice from a good player.
I don't know how Veery ends this game because it's modern.
He needs to start flirting. he's in danger of falling behind on it if he doesn't do it soon, but looks like he's going to do it now. What? Well,
Nope.
he didn't want a path around Oprah, I think, so he gave up. And Time Ad, I guess, is the alternative to starting Flirt. But that didn't work out.
All right. hop
Yeah,
on to
it
the next
seems
one.
like J-Cat was on top of that from the... I don't know, he highlighted him for going to the bar. Or maybe for the bug.
Bar, like he got the highlight for just leaving conversation going straight to Purloin.
That's what it looks like. Or it could be a delayed highlight from the bug. Yeah, fine highlight.
All right.
Does
starting
Spy
in
ever win?
3,
Sometimes.
2, 1.
You want to redo that count?
We're
there,
good.
so I
Yeah,
can-
I'm sorry.
Very good. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, so like I was saying, with Modern, before Viri went time ad and bugged without me noticing, the same problem with Gallery. It's a big map, and so you feel like you need to go slow because everything's visible, but there's no time to go slow because you have to make the travel time. Once
Right,
you make
and
it from the same spot, go for it, but that's not often the case.
And it's not just your own travel time you have to worry about. You have to account for how much your seduction target's going to move, where the amba's going to move, and the double agent if you want a banana bread. So if your double agent like leaves a conversation and they decide to go to Windows and then they decide to go to books and then do a conversation, just the nature of such a large map is going to mean that all the traveling between those events is going to take like twice as long. So on a smaller map, when they can go to 3 locations quickly, and not have to spend 8 seconds walking between each one.
Banana bread.
You have to like account for that as Spy, and that's part of learning the like flow of the map and when you need to get your missions done.
Viri just took a low light I want to mention. He low lit someone just for being out on the far right side. It happened. He would have known it too, but it's the sort of thing where it's a behavioral low light. Would the spy really go out of their way to just spend a minute of their time going all the way to the far end of the map and then coming back?
Right.
And
It's like you also kind of wait on it. So you see a character in that corner, and then you think, well, the spy wouldn't go there except to add time. So you wait for the time ad. If they add time, you win, and if they don't, you low light, and you think, well, the spy probably wouldn't have wasted their time over there. Yeah, it's a nice low light, but it's not infallible.
Oh, it's not infallible because spies can do it. That's
Yep.
the balancing for this sort of behavioralism stuff that we're talking about is anything I low light for, you can go do. If you want to go walk out there and do nothing, I'm absolutely fine. I will low light sometimes, but most of the time, I will not notice you. Most of the time, I have better things to be watching than you doing nothing, and you will not get rewarded, and then you've wasted 30 seconds of your time on a map that you can't waste 30 seconds of your time. I do not like returning this back. Oh, he's microfilmed already. Okay.
Yeah, but not in good shape with time, really. Microfilm still takes a good 15 seconds to do. He needs 2 flirts and a print. I almost feel like if he wanted to force a print here, he could try to invade the Emba's space and hope the Emba puts the briefcase down. But
he could decide not to
he
finish.
needs to bug. Like, he doesn't have a choice. He has to bug. It sucks that it missed.
He's just lingering, but no.
There might be a fingerprint there. He's going to delegate. Doesn't look like it's printable. And I don't see a win here for JCat. Whoa!
So, Twin took a bit of a bug path. I think Very phantomed it.
Oh, yeah, let me take a look at this.
It's not the worst bug path in the world, but if he already had him highlight, it was already suspicious. Modern does not give you a good feeling of, I have a control of this game very often, because it's so big and so much you could have possibly missed.
Yeah, so JCat saved by a wrong shot there. There's just no way he was going to finish. He was going to have to time out there.
All right, stepping into veranda, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
I mean, I guess that's the advantage to playing really patiently and getting nothing done is, your sniper might become paranoid about everybody else. What are you doing, Fury? What was that all about? Oh,
So
that bug.
we've had more time to talk about this map because it was around for season 3 as new art.
Yes.
One thing I always love to mention is Little Man still good here, particularly on the left side of the map. You end up getting a lot of cover for any character, but when the word cover comes up, Little Man is going to be the one who's going to most abuse it.
Yeah. I tend to think of Little Man as sort of a like a late game character. If you can hide with him early on, then in the second half of the game you could just rush all your missions and turn invisible for 50 seconds. And I find that's a really effective way to play him, but rushing early on with him is just asking for a highlight, which kind of negates the advantage of his character. Whoa! And that low light's going to turn Veery totally invisible this game.
So, is that just flirt little lights?
I'm not sure. It seems like a strange time to low light somebody.
Like for just returning the book back all good and proper. He was next to a DA, but I mean, he could have, in theory, been flirting with Wheels.
But he's his only low light, right?
He can either just wait around. There is so many highlights in this game. Does that? Or he can just finish missions with the understanding that he's low lit little man. It's everything's going to be.
Yeah, this is a hard game for JCat to make a comeback on unless, there's
Red
more
test.
to that. Unless there's more to that low light than meets the eye.
He has enough things. I think JCat's a very honest lighter.
Yeah, I don't think he hides his marks too much. He doesn't make a fraudulent endgame log where you excuse me, where you have no idea what you're reading on the log, which sometimes that's the case with Fury. Okay, Purloin from Small Man might be the only mission that would be easily caught with a low lit Small Man because it's the only one where Toby, he's the only character where Toby actually bends over or bends down to serve the drink.
Detective JCat's on it, but I don't think he's made the step of, oh, I lost this game with the low light. Who could have possibly rejected that?
Right, with all those... Oh, takes a shot. Yeah, that low light, after that he probably felt pretty lost, which it makes sense. You gotta start watching your low lights again. He also had a lot of highlights, which are going to distract him from doing that.
I don't think that cowboy here, as I call him, Carlos, was in a reject chain. Trying to pull a game from 0% to some percent with the shot.
All right, starting the next game in 3, 2, 1, go.
By the way, I don't think it's been mentioned enough. There are like 15 paintings in this map, and none of them have pictures.
What about gallery?
Different colors. It's artistic. If you go rotate around for me, Fury, just go to the right a bit more. No, he's not gonna do it for me. There are just like 10 paintings back there, and they're all blank.
Oh yeah, I see him. That's funny. Yeah, Checker's gonna add all that art. Actually, didn't he say he wants to make it so we can put our own art in there? Or something? You'll be able to like edit a file to stick whatever you want in there.
So it's just gonna be pictures of different colored dangers.
No, it's going to be
of-
pictures of like
of all
meme
that.
pictures of Lieutenant Hummus as a seal.
I would love it actually if these pictures that don't matter, and it's not like gallery where it kind of matters, were just pictures that really like brought it back to the old art, like a picture of Toby after Toby comes and makes everybody unhappy.
It would be cool to have a picture of all of the old art characters taking like a class photo.
Absolutely.
You know, have that like on a mantelpiece or something somewhere in the game.
They're not
All
to do
right.
it. Right?
So we have a purloin. We have half of microfilm.
Banana bread.
I think JCat's in a decent spot this game, but that highlight isn't like helpful.
Him is coming to a point where he needs to just start making decisions.
Yeah. Get more aggressive with flirting.
From his seduction target, and Viri's just taking more lights.
The inspect here is okay. It's not a bad decision. He has to get started on it eventually. Is he gonna fall for the bug? It's a trap. Don't do it.
Yeah, the laser is not lying here. Like, that bug is 100% being watched.
Neutral
He's
it
rewarded
for
not
not
doing
trying
it.
to take it. Yeah. See, Viri's fair. Is he gonna get the print? No, okay. Oh,
This is the
time
thing
ad.
that
This is okay. This is an okay decision. He
window
doesn't,
green time ad can't get much better than that.
he doesn't necessarily need it, but it's going to help him with that flirt a lot.
Of the same opinion. If it's coming to a point where you're not going to finish Seduce without a time ad,
The
it's
time ad.
it's time ad.
Yeah. Well, he still
Like-
has the print ahead of him too.
Yeah, the 3 times you'll see time ad are if there's a like that first 10 seconds because the sniper has too much to watch. The very end of the game because they're super duper desperate. And
Okay, so I don't really like going for the inspect here. I would have liked him to have flirted and then inspected. The
because Viri can watch flirts.
two reasons,
Banana
because
bread.
he just went to a statue, so Viri could still remember him at that other statue, like visiting a second one so soon. And going to statue is a great excuse for resetting your flirt. So he could have flirted, statued, and then flirted again. Here, I guess he has to make a decision between flirting or fingerprinting. And
I
with
would
his low
bet you
ledge,
that Viri shoots someone before he gets the chance to get the mission win.
oh, it's going to be print. He better pick it up before that Wheels does. Okay. So this should be the game.
Being patient, but this is still game.
Oh, teleport. It'd be a
Big
shame
runs.
to lose there. That's a good game. He almost started to fall behind, and time added. I don't think he absolutely needed to. I think he could have moved really quickly and rushed, but time adding seemed to work. That might be it. That might be the end of their games.
He finished, yeah. The 2 maps that the 2 missions that he did at the end of the game were both reliant on cooperative cast, and that he did it out, but he did fingerprint. Why you want to time out? If you're trying to get the second print, Ambassador is not going to touch anything. As soon as you decide, make that decision consciously. He also banana bread too, didn't he? DA will.
Yeah,
stay
I
on.
wasn't expecting the BB, but I guess he may have decided to do it just because he didn't want to flirt with so little time on the clock. So he might have just taken the BB and done fingerprint then.
The way.
I think when you've got like a minute and a half left and you have 1 print and 20 something % flirt, maybe try to flirt, but it worked out for him.
Are you getting in here, KCM? Oh, well, Slappy left.
I can get in there. I am gonna call it pretty soon though. I've been like doing SpyParty stuff for like 7 hours.
It wasn't meant to be you. Hummus probably just partying on a Sunday night. How dare him?
So are we are we gonna call it, or are we gonna do another game?
We can do. I will go until 9:45, and then I'm going to bed.
All right. Does anybody want to play? Is anybody currently playing?
Jakat and Viri are
We're
still
still playing.
playing. There was just some sort
Oh,
of
they
thing.
are?
I got the same thing you did, which
Oh.
said spectation ended. But see if you jump in. If you get Jakat as Duke, then we're good.
All right. Let me find it. There. Every time I see it, it disappears.
Sort by spy games. Go up to the top, hit the spy header.
I'm on Duke. We're good.
Perfect.
It's Terrace.
Yes.
Okay.
Starting in 3, 2, 1, go. And we could have missed a game in here, so the score might not be up to date because they might have played a game in between when we jumped back in here.
We didn't
Banana
see it. It
bread.
doesn't count. That's how SpyParty works.
Low lit for entering in instant green BBing.
Not the low light.
Okay, I don't think those are real lowlights. I think he low lit because that separates the real BBers from the non. I think he low lights those 3 people and he just says to himself, the low lights have BB done. That's just a guess though. So there's the purloin. If I'm right, then Viri should be tracking that purloin, but if I'm wrong, he isn't. And he isn't.
Do something.
Looks like JCat might want to gulp his drink and get a drive-by bug, a reverse drive-by.
I don't love this talk. I would have rather just bailed out of that conversation as soon as the conversation once he did talk.
Yeah. He could get started on flirt now. Don't time man.
Nah, he's fine. He's just doing a regular watch check. Like an AI would.
Was he weighing the 2 green flirt option versus trying to bug? And then here, if he gets a green, he is in a kind of a tough spot, actually. If he gets a green, it's going to be harder for him than if he gets a white. Because if he greens and gets 51%, he almost is guaranteed going to try to reset it. And if he resets, then he'll require another green. So the white kind of forces his hand. Well, as does his seduction
Bug.
target leaving. Yeah, bug. It's got to be bug. Time ad.
To finish his drink first.
He doesn't have a bug here. There's no option. The Amba's going to leave. Oh! Wait, he had to gulp. No, that's not going to take. Okay, he has a bug now if... Amba's done. No.
Good.
No. Alright, do it one more time.
One more time. Do it. Oh.
Oh. It didn't even take. That one's on JCat. He had every opportunity to get that bug.
Hope is a choice that you have.
He had to kill that drink. If at any point he had killed his drink, he might not have had so much trouble bugging.
All right.
I think when he sipped, he probably meant to gulp.
Starting ballroom on Viri on Seek in 3, 2, 1, go.
My game's still loading.
You're still loading, pausing.
All right.
We'll restart.
Okay.
Starting in. Are you
Ready.
loaded? Cool. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Stress, KCM, or your opinion changed now that we have Orange? Sorry.
What was the question?
Stressed.
Best dressed?
Who came to the party ready to succeed?
Oh, well, yeah, this character looks fantastic. Sick looks sick. He's so well dressed.
My favorite shoes, though, are twins. He's got these,
They're like French shoes, aren't they? Or Italian, maybe?
if Slappy's not doing sick innocent drink takes, that was the sickest innocent drink take I've seen today.
I missed it. Well, I think Sick Innocent Drink Take is the one that doesn't have the gameplay ready. I'm gonna get that set up ready to go. So there's gonna be a second where they're gonna see nothing.
There's only 3.
Banana bread.
Cool.
Whoa.
I know, KCM, you're a big fan of wait until the 4th mission's done, but JCat doesn't care. JCat shoots stop talking BBers. Seen more than we did.
Well, let's see. It was a middle statue, so maybe he thought all 3 inspects are done. So that's fair. That's a mission. And then on 2 green flirts, maybe he's done, because there's no way JCat can be sure about that range. So that's 3 missions. And then if you missed a bug, that's 4. I think it's fair. If that's what you think is going on, then I think that's a fair shot.
Yeah, precisely.
All right, starting JCat as whatever you want to call the lady in the green dress and the red hair. In 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm going with Karen. I get enough time casting these games. I'm going to force everybody else to choose a color Karen or die trying.
Who's Karen? This character? Greek?
Greek?
Mediterranean?
Greek
Green
to me.
dress?
Come on.
Irish?
Yeah, green dress.
Karen?
Just...
Karen's her name?
Oh, Karen.
I'm not. No.
And what would you call her?
I don't know. Green dress is fine with me.
In a dress?
We don't need to give these characters actual names. It just makes it worse when we shoot them repeatedly. For not being the spy. Oh, okay. So this is another one of those situations where he began bugging a little bit early to take advantage of the walking bug, as opposed to the more obvious conversation bug. Like the, not conversation, but non-moving bug. By bugging right before the AMBA has actually stopped moving.
I feel like both of us are going to abuse it now that we know it.
It looks pretty good. It looks pretty good to wait.
It's the sort of thing that I expect to see coming out in every SCL set from guys like me doing it to me every game.
Why not reset the flirt there instead of returning the book? I mean, I guess he's decided he already has the bug, so he doesn't need to microfilm anymore. But I would have liked getting my flirt finished there. And these two have been doing side statues a lot. Not so many middle statue visits this set.
Someone like Veery, who I'm not even sure is highlighting for statues.
Oh, he goes from side to middle. That could be low lightable if Fury's paying attention to it. Like the odds of you getting half of your inspects done and then going to the most obvious statue location, it seems unspy-like.
The sort of thing that you also can just get shot for.
You can get shot for, especially if he didn't see you or doesn't remember you at the side statue earlier and just thinks you're getting the triple inspect, later.
Like to call like the seizure man low light. It's you can go statue to statue, and if you go to the mid statue, the sniper might notice that, and they might reward you.
Why was he highlight?
Because he's a spy.
Yeah, his highlight doesn't appear on the replay for some reason. What's going on with that?
I left the game. I don't know.
It's never mind. It's fine.
It's 9:45, so I believe we go to the next 9:45, which will be tomorrow morning.
We can play. I'll go through these next 2 courtyard games, but then I'm peacing out. It's been a long day.
On your start.
Starting in 3, 2, 1, go. I don't know if you guys had this problem when you do lots of SpyParty. It gets hot in my room if I play SpyParty for this long. Stupid new art, using up my graphics card.
Look at this aggressive play here. But aggressively going to the statues is questionable. Oh, swap.
Who picks it up?
Wait, interesting. But I don't think Jake had an opportunity to see it like on the pedestal before he picked it up the second time. So for all he knows, he swapped it on his second pickup anyway.
He's watching the swap though. He's going to see the animation. Because it's green, he just has to remind himself who did
It wasn't
it.
green, it was
wasn't
white.
green. Yeah, he just picked it up again.
But he still
Okay.
had. J-Cat has a lot of highlights, especially since if he had noticed the swap, he would have low-lit a few of them, right? So maybe he's.
I somehow got into a game that you guys didn't get into, and it was the sweetest rush ever, and I'm really sad about you didn't get to see it.
Or you're watching a different game right now?
Different game than you. And it was
Oh.
a sweet. It was
It's
a
probably the
sweet
next
rush.
game. It's probably the next game. Or maybe maybe you're watching the right one and I'm watching the wrong one.
I'm on Viri as Alice.
Okay.
I'm watching the stream now. It's great.
Viri's in a good spot with that swap and one of a billion highlights.
He doesn't actually ever contact, which I think is interesting.
No, he hasn't been. Don't go to statue, Viri. Alright, these guys are doing some meta stuff.
Did you kill it
If you
before?
want to call like weird bad decisions meta, then yeah.
You might get low lit
Watch
for it.
him.
That's the thing.
I don't like going to the statue again. He needs to flirt.
And his seduction target's picking up briefcase, and so he's gonna be on a lot of time pressure.
Same thing I was saying though. If you remember, someone goes to the
Banana
statues
bread.
twice on this map.
Yeah, that was instant.
Yeah, it was. So ends with a. So he tries to fake BB because he probably knows he's under a ton of suspicion, but unfortunately for him, there's a SDA in the conversation circle. So I'm guessing that the game we're stopping into is going to have some sweet rushing.
Yeah, Taft.
All right.
Noob was at the Taft game.
I will not tell you who if he gets shot or not, but I can tell you it gets down to the wire.
All right. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, it's this game.
So I'm going to start with a green swap. Normally, when you rush statues, you want a white swap, but Viri did get to see the statue before the white swap would have gone off, so the green swap is better for JCat in this situation, for sure.
Banana
It would have
bread.
been nice for him to get it and get an immediate white, but Viri was a little too quick, had a good angle. Wow, this is a fast game, if it works out. I would be kind of aggressive about this flirt. Oh, just what? Why would you do? Okay.
The sweet thing about the BB is everybody was in conversation
What's
that
he
could have
doing?
picked up the statue. What is he doing?
Some like desperation dancing where it's just like it's more thrashing and wiggling around and death stroke.
Wow, that was fast. He went for the purloin instead of the flirt. That's kind of almost like a disrespect play. It's like you're guaranteed to win if you just get the flirt, but purloin instead.
That's not dancing. That's hiding. That's going between two bushes and just keeping out of vision as much as you can.
All right, I think that is it. That is a good game to end on, though. Actually, I'm gonna play that game through one more time because it's just so short as I outro out. Do you guys have anything to say before we end?
Good games to Viri and JCat, and thanks to them for playing and giving us entertainment.
Yeah, and while we have KCM, well played in your games against Kaylee, going even against Kaylee when he's taken it not on stream like himself streaming, but taking it seriously is always impressive. And I
it
hope
was a fun set.
That sort of play where you guys can get some spy wins against each other as SCL 4 starts up.
Alrighty. that is gonna do it for this cast. I don't know if there's another cast coming up elsewhere. I guess we will see.
There might be some migration for some high-level casting to SpyParty fans.
SpyParty fans or SpyParty People's Cast?
Yeah, or People's Cast, sorry. Yeah, People's Cast.
All right, let's see. So SpyParty's People's Cast, I should know this, but I think it's just one word, SpyParty's People's Cast, right? As far as the link.
Yeah, thanks everybody for watching.
Yes, it is. It is at SpyParty's People's Cast, one word, no apostrophe because it's Twitch. And there might be stuff going on there in a second. I hope there is. I think I love the SpyParty's People's Cast. I think it's a great idea, whoever thought of it. And I think it's a great spot for people that are learning how to cast. They can get in a lot of information, and it's just kind of a general kind of loose area for people to get together and show off SpyParty. We try to be a little bit more professional here on the stream, and that spot's a little bit less so. But however, that said, if there are ever any problems,
I might just pop another.
Yeah, if there are any other problems on the People's Cast stream, please let me know. If you know what I'm talking about. If there's ever something that we don't want happening in the community at all, any issues, bring it up and we'll get it down. But it's only gonna be a little bit less serious than what we do here, because we are super serious up here.
Here on the official SpyParty channel.
Here on the official SpyParty channel, where what we do directly impacts Checker's bottom line and whether or not he gets to eat. So I think that's gonna do it. Usually we plug the next time that we would be casting here, but it's probably not going to be for a little bit. There might be. This seems like it went pretty well, this weekend thing, so I wouldn't be surprised if we're able to organize something in the next week or two as Steam Early Access keeps rolling along. Maybe we'll be back here. But there's going to be a ton of great streams regardless. And just watch for it. A great place to see what's going on streaming-wise is going to be on Twitter, actually. That seems to be one of the spots where streams are announced pretty often. You can see every stream that's announced from the SpyParty streams Twitter. Also, the SpyParty account will tweet out streams every once in a while. SpyParty fans tweets out streams. You can follow a lot of the players on Twitter, and then they will kind of keep people into the streams that they like. And you can still buy the game at SpyParty.com. You can also buy it on Steam. And I don't know what else to say. Great games. We had a lot of great saves today. Hopefully you guys got to see a little bit more of the high-level SpyParty play. I know that there's been a lot of new players playing, and it's great. I'm not saying that is not fun to watch at all. In a lot of ways, if you're starting out, watching other beginners is a better way to learn than just jumping into the deep end. But we love showing off how deep the game can be. There is so much to this game, and it is wonderful, and there are thousands of hours in this game waiting for you if you want it. Our Discord, yeah, join us at the Discord. That's open to everybody, Steam or not. discord.gg/SpyParty. And I think that's about it, unless you guys can remember something that I'm forgetting to plug.
Pwn Noob with the chess.com plug. We are not associated with chess.com, but chess is a good game, so play that one as well if you get the chance.
Is chess doing well? I hear mixed things about chess. I hear it's got a little bad spot with how many draws.
Ever since I learned Go, I would rather play Go every time.
All right, well, go.com. I'm worried that that's like a GoDaddy.com kind of thing or something, it's like their hosting site or something. I have no idea, but Go is great. We do talk about Go every once in a while as far as the kind of comparison point to this game. Although the classic thing we say is Checker says this. Checker wanted to make Go, but the game wanted to be poker, and I think in a lot of ways that is true. Yeah. Okay. So, last words from KCM and Pwn Noob.
No, I have none, but thanks everybody for watching.
All right.
Yeah. Go.com is owned by Disney. Careful, guys.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we tread lightly. Otherwise, we can get sued. Okay. We're calling the stream. It looks like I see Spy Party's People's Cast in the channel, so we might be rolling with something there. That would be awesome.
Pop over there after I go to the bathroom and entertain. If anybody else wants to come cast with me, we'll go watch something.
Perfect. Okay. Well, great to see everybody out here in the channel, and have a good night.